There we go. Had to switch from Phoenix to LA this morning. Welcome, my friends. This is stream number 385. Hello, Nui. Start the timer right now. One of these days, I will get that automated. All right, I'm still starting up the stream. I need to get this link into Discord. Stream plan today. Now that database writing is done, I'm going to start working on reading things back. All right, Discord's updated. Let's put up the plan today. So I got all of the database migrated for write only. Now I need to read things back. So plan in general is to establish the code which reads game objects back from the SQLite database. When the game is loading, when the game is loading or installing a snapshot. All right. I think through the process of working today, I'll learn more about what I need to do. So either I'll go back and update this plan and add more, or I'll just let the stream go organically. Let's take a look at what I have going. I want to go to the current task, and I want to say we've started up the stream. Now I am reviewing the game code, which connects I hate abbreviating like this, connects the ECS to the database. I guess if people ask me what ECS means, I'll say, hey there, Dragoneer. All right. I don't remember what I set up for the main program, so I'm just going to go look. Yep, I'm a game entity component system. Yep. Yeah, there's the ECS, yeah, command. I don't think I have a database actually connected at the main program level. So how did I set up the main components tests? Was it ECS? Hold on, I'm trying to find this. Okay, it's common. Right, all this stuff. Set database, that's what it is, right? So we're doing that in the test fixtures, but not in the main program yet, which is fine. Right, because this is a reference to the SQL database. Got it. All right. So right now it's only set up in the test fixtures. And this is always going to be creating a new database. Okay. I think I know what I want to do then. The common test fixture sets up a completely empty database with the correct schema. We'll have each test insert the rows to make a certain component exist. And then we need to trigger the load. Hey there, develop it. Hey, hey, hey. Hey there. I need to review how the game's entity component system starts up. It would be here. Let me just go through this code from right here down. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a farmer in Minecraft. Does that count? Hey there, Resubaka. Exploring the depths of code I've written some time ago. Well, this get lens will tell me how long ago I wrote this. Line history. May 24th, 2019. So over a year ago, I touched this line. Wow, and I just noticed we're at line 5,843. We need to do some refactoring. Most of this is in the new database code I added, right? Just out of curiosity, how many lines is that? If I were to collapse this huge table I made. Collapse that table. So that one's 180 lines. Those are smaller, and here's the complex elements. 2,200 lines. Yeah. But even then, like even without those tables, this file was huge. Oh, there's these functions that we added. Yeah, that's probably a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of code in there. Can I look at the number of lines here? Just collapsing these functions. Yeah, there's create, there's delete, there's execute, create and delete, and update. Quite a lot of code up, not including that one. So from 4226 up to... Okay, so another 1,000 lines. You can't seem to log in? Why not? I can log in. Here I am. Should I log out and try the login process? Off screen. Authorize. Yeah, back in. What seems to be the problem, develop it? What are you seeing when you try to log in? Is it just not connecting at all, or is it giving you a login error? Bad password. Okay. Did you change your password, or did you forget it? You have the caps lock on? Hey there, Godam. You know 10,000% this is your password. I can see if your account was logged into recently. Then, yeah, doing tech support. Let's see if someone is logged in recently. Well, there's Godam. Where's my... There we go. Last logged in... Is this the last time you logged in, develop it? April 30? So no one else is logged in with your account and changed the password or anything? You might be hacked, but yeah, but develop it. Do you remember the last time you logged in? You don't know? Okay. Can you log in with Twitch? Looks like you're linked to Twitch, so you can just do the login with Twitch thing. And then you can clear the password and then set it again. You don't even have to know the old one if you log in with Twitch. At least I don't think maybe actually you do. Maybe you do need to know the password to remove or set it. But you should be able to log in with Twitch. That's interesting. All right. What am I looking for again? How the thing loads its data. That's deserialized, isn't it? Hold on. It would be here. Deserialize, yeah. I didn't say, hey, Siri. Did I say, hey, Siri, and Siri doesn't even wake up. Anyway. Yeah, I guess I could also look for store clear. Where does store clear actually happen? Just one place in deserialize. Okay. And where does deserialize called? These are all the various aspects of the game. Is it here in the executor? On snapshot installed, yeah. Okay. I think I got it. So deserialize is what we're going to trigger. We do it by installing a snapshot. Or by just telling the entity component system that a snapshot was installed, right? Actually, I guess the way this is done is it just is this main state? That's a game state. Okay, that's the configuration object. Where's the here it is. We could just call deserialize and give it some JSON. Right, we can give it some JSON and have it be empty, and it should go to the database, right? Yeah. Okay. So would it be completely empty then? Game snapshot. New file. JSON. Collapse. What's in the components section? How does this work? Oh, I've already closed it. Okay, I can just click there. All right. So it's one level down components. So this is what's given to the entity component system. So I guess we still want to have this JSON object because we want to have the next entity ID. There's no reason for me to put that into the database, right? Well, that's interesting. Why do we still have the right record of temporary? Oh, because I shut the game down when something was connected to it. Okay, anyway, that will keep out of the database for now. All right, so then this would just be empty. We wouldn't provide anything here, and then we would expect it to read its state of the actual components from the database and not the JSON. All right, so then let me set up... I guess a helper to do this? Or maybe I just need one test. Now it keeps switching between connected, authenticating, and connecting. Oh, let me check. Develop it. It doesn't say anything about bad password. It just says you've connected and then you've logged out disconnected. Like a half second later. You added two-factor authentication? Maybe the client login is messed up with 2FA. I guess I could test that. Let's test it. New window. I'm going to log into the game with a password and 2FA. So log out, log in with username password, and I have to get my password manager out. And I'm going to have to go to where I have my password stored in here. Password. Oh, I don't have 2FA set up. Let's set up 2FA. Enable. And then I got to scan this in, all right? So auth is what I'm going to use. I do have an old token. Did I just delete it? I guess I'll just remove the old one. Yeah. Guess I'll remove the old one. Delete. Oh, if you did set up your two-factor authentication, then what you do, it's sort of weird. When you're logging in, the password is two parts. It's your password, and then you type in the 4-digit code from your authenticator at appended to the end of your password. So maybe that's the problem. Develop it. I've been meaning to improve that UI. So, for example, it says, how does that work exactly? Do a new private window. It'll say player name dot address and password, right? So, like, I'm not going to put my real password in here, but you type your username, of course, and then you type your password, and then you look on your authenticator and what the code is. So it's your password, and then your 6-digit code from your authenticator glued together as one string, and that's what you put in password. So maybe that's the problem. Is my my UI, which is clunky, doesn't make that obvious. Been meaning to split that up into have it be password, and then if 2FA is enabled, then it should prompt you again saying, okay, what's your 6-digit code, like what every other web page does. But I just haven't gotten around to that. So see if that's it. Develop it. But yeah, I have this old token. I don't need it, right? Did I just delete it? It's deleted. Okay, so let me add a new one. Scan QR code. Adding account. Why is it giving me a delay? What the heck? Why is it giving me a spinny circle? Okay, that just took a while. All right, and then I got to enter the code. Exit. This UI is different. What's it showing me here? Our service. What? Huh. Anyway, I got to enter my code to validate it. All right, and then I got some backup codes. I don't really need them. I'm going to log out now. And I'm going to log in. Username, password. There's my username. There's my password, and then I got to glue the code at the end. And it works. So that might be it. Develop it. Switching between the two states, I don't know why that it is. It just says new client and then logged out, disconnected a half second later. Let's see if I get that if I put the password in wrong. So if I omit the 2FA. I just get bad password when I do that. And the log, it says password mismatch for my account. Yep. So if it was a if it was that you didn't put the 2FA code in there or the password was bad, it should say password mismatch in my log. It doesn't say that for you though. So why would that happen? I don't know. It's like your client is just only connecting for a fraction of a second and then disconnecting. Maybe you just need to clear the local storage. So clear, what is that in? It's actually different for every browser. So let's say if you were using Chrome, it was console's empty and the network tab says it's switching servers. Yeah, so maybe there's just some bad state. So if you're using Chrome, it's like Chrome clear local storage. So you go to hit F12, go to application, go to local storage, right click on Omni Arena and click clear to delete the local cache for storage. Try that maybe. New browser in incognito. If you have more than one tab pointing to my game site, the two tabs could compete with each other. That might be a problem. You get the tab competition when that happens. Okay. Yeah, I'm running out of ideas. Other than clear local storage and see if that has any benefit. I could check to see if your account still has a hash on it. I mean, of course I can't see your password because it's hashed, but I could see if it's maybe screwed up or something. I could also tell the game to make a snapshot, and then I could compare the snapshots, see if they're out of sync or something weird like that. Didn't help. Okay. Yeah, I see you trying to log in. Every 3 seconds or so, right? Yeah, every 3 seconds it's trying to log. It's connecting and then disconnecting, but without any reason given. One other thing I could check is maybe this is weird behavior with the IP check. Let's see. Did I have a command for that? I forget how to do this. Was it a tool that I made? I think it was. Python tools. It was bands, yeah. No module named crypto. Ooh. Pip install crypto. I'm missing some stuff in my Python. Oh, what's this? The Primate just subscribed 7 months in a row? My dude. How are you today? Debugging a little issue with Develop It having trouble logging into my game. And I just realized my Python got reinstalled because I updated Node, and I'm missing libcrypto. And I need to look up where that comes from. Python crypto. PyCrypto? Okay. Let's install the crypto module. I'm doing this off screen because I'm going to run a command on the server to tell me if are there any IP addresses that are on the ban list. Well, you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing well. How was the Vim Royale? I saw a stream title from you this morning or yesterday. It said it was the last or something. Uh-oh. I'm getting a lot of errors installing PyCrypto. What is this telling me? Command errored out with exit status 1, blah, 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 blah. Syntax error everywhere. Oh, great. Well, how the heck am I supposed to install PyCrypto if it won't compile? Yeah, I guess I can show this. Look at this. What am I supposed to do about this? Pip install PyCrypto, and then it downloads something and tries to compile it, and we get an error? Syntax error in some file. Int types.h. Great. The last of the other streams. It's the start of Vim Royale again. Ooh, neat. Cool. Well, I'm not having a very good technology day, it appears. I can't even install PyCrypto. What am I supposed to do? Pi crypto compiler error. That's not the same error I'm getting. I'm getting a much more elaborate one. Install on the specific older version. Yeah, I should not have uninstalled the older version I had, right? What? Microsoft Studio Express? What the hell is that? 2.7? What? Oh, wow. So install from some weird GitHub site? No, thank you. You can say compilers MinGW32? Really? Okay. Maybe Google the specific error. Identifier int max t. Identifier int max t. Because I'm usually never the first one to run into one of these problems. There we go. Oh, interesting. So Python is broken. And this was a year ago? What? Problem is the PyCrypto itself, which supplies an incomplete standard int. Okay, so they're saying just to run the pip install from a build tools command prompt. I can try that. Yeah, okay, fine, we'll do that. So, start menu. I hate the start menu. Visual Studio 2017. Wait. Where's my 2015? They get uninstalled? No, that's what I haven't. Okay, never mind. I'm just going crazy. Visual Studio 2017, and I want x64 native tools command prompt for VS 2017. They have so many like command shells. It's not even funny. Which one? There are two of them. Installed duplicate. Oh, I wish I could show you guys this, but it's on my other monitor. Okay, I guess I just click this button. See how it goes. Okay, so we're in a weird directory. We're gonna go back to the project. Actually, it doesn't really matter where I go, right? It's just we can run it from here. Pip install PyCrypto. Maybe check out OpenShell and use the older Windows Start menu. Hey, look, we got the same compiler errors. So that didn't work. Wonderful. Oh, I forgot to run the mystical command set cl equals dash all this junk. Okay, but the Microsoft likes to change this number every single time, so your tools are always in a different place. So I probably have to take that line and change the path slightly. They have 14.11.25503. Sounds like the combination to my locker. What's the real path going to be? I guess I can look and see. VC installed, that's probably where we are, right? Is there tools here? If I can spell correctly. No, there's no tools. How about I do which CL? Hey there, Mr. Halsey. How's your stream, Mr. Halsey? Thank you for the raid. Oh, the path looks the same. Almost. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. What's VC installer? Okay, cool. So I can try this out. I want to make sure that the path is right. MSVC. It doesn't exist. How about tools? Probably because I need to put it in double quotes because it's got a space in there. Yep, there we go. Tricky Windows. Got spaces in your paths. Okay, the path is indeed different. It's instead of 1411, it's 1416, 27023. I'm doing like next level hacker crap right now, aren't we? Okay, and so there's the blasted file, right? So we want to do set cl equals -fi that. Then pip install pycrypto. Well, doing PRs against Godot native Rust. You know, this weird problem with Python that's unexpected that I'm running into makes me think I should have started off today by learning Rust. But in order to do that, I have to tell 715209 that I'm doing it. Hey, look at that, it worked. I'm going to give this guy a thumbs up. I have to sign in for this? Okay, I am already signed in Firefox because I'm going to do that. All right, I'm going to give him a thumbs up. Which answer was that? Actually, multiple answers said the same thing, right? Yeah, so do we join the masses and uptick that one? Here we go. So now if I reload that, it'll be 68. Yes. And I always like to uptick the original question because like that's what led us to the answer is someone asking about it. So I've ticked both the question and the answer. Isn't that really a PyCrypto problem? Yes, it's a PyCrypto problem. They say it right here somewhere. This issue was reported at PyCrypto issues 221. Let's see if it's still open. Oh, look at that. It's closed. Too bad. They closed it when it's still broken. Let's see what their solution was. The solution's probably like don't use Windows or something. Why is this closed? It still have the same issue. Yeah. I don't know who closed it. Move to PyCryptodome. Thanks. What the hell does that mean? What the heck is PyCryptodome? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck is PyCryptodome? Am I like using something that's too old and I shouldn't be using? Don't use Windows, yeah. Planning to make an MMO too. Did you see any downsides of doing it in the browser? Not really. Well, maybe one downside is if you're not familiar with web dev, then you might be struggling. But yeah, other than that, like I haven't had any problems with doing stuff in the browser. The problem today, right now, is stupid Python libraries. Okay, well, anyway, let me run my script again now that I have the environment fixed, I hope. So where was that window? That was here. Okay, move it back off screen. And I'm going to run win. Okay, I'm missing something else. Win random. Win random. Python win random. Oh, the crypto needs win random. Okay. What? What? We're editing Python stuff? I have to edit this the crypto library directly? Okay, so do we just uninstall PyCrypto and use PyCryptodome, I guess? Pip uninstall PyCrypto. Proceed, yes. Dang right. And now we're going to install PyCryptodome. Like, why change the name? What is PyCryptodome? Cryptodome, PyCrypto versus PyCryptodome. Stop using PyCrypto. Use PyCryptodome instead. Why? Drop in replacement. Yeah, why? Why are we replacing it? Why don't we just fix the original? Oh, thank you, Paul, for not telling me anything about why. I hate this. When they just say do it and they don't say why. Sure, there's a vulnerability. Why don't they just fix it? Can you tell that I'm irritated? This is the issue we were just looking at, right? Weird workarounds. But then defer to the following answer. Please see this. PyCrypto is dead? What? Oh, the developer abandoned it? Interesting. Okay, well, we switched to it. Let me run my command again. No module. Okay, this is my own thing. I need to get WebSockets. I'm assuming that's pip install WebSockets. Okay, I fixed it. Anyway, I'm listing all the blacklisted IP addresses. There are none. All right, I guess I can show this window again. So it's not an IP address ban problem, develop it. Let me catch up on chat. What did I miss while I was struggling with Python? So the Monfroni asked about the browser being a problem with MMOs, and like I said, no, I haven't had any problems. Downvoting to denormalize numbers? Okay, thank you, Nui. Yeah, well, did someone actually go onto that? Actually, I already closed it. You know, that's okay. It did get me past the install problem, but the bigger problem is I shouldn't have been using PyCrypto at all. Now you have to use PyCryptodome for some reason. The developer abandoned original PyCrypto. Told these use this for crypto. This is unmaintained. Yeah, but why don't they just get? They can't contact the old developer and say, hey, why don't you just replace it with PyCryptodome? It's open source. There's probably drama behind why they changed it. Yeah, it's a human issue. I hate human issues. Caused me to stress out. No, you didn't. Develop it. Look on the right side. My Python setup was broken because I updated Node, and I forgot that I didn't install WebSockets and PyCryptodome. So I would have run into this eventually the next time I needed to run something, probably when it was more important, like I'm trying to run one of my deployment scripts, and I would have realized it doesn't work. So you led me to fix this early, which I appreciate. As long as you don't hate humans. I don't hate humans. I hate human issues. Issues caused by humans. Name conflict. Developers not getting access for the old. I mean, okay. Just out of curiosity, can you go? Does they say so at the top level here? Shouldn't they update their README to say this is not maintained anymore? How do we get to this? It was an actual issue, an open issue. Oh, probably by a non-developer. I see. Yeah, look at all these bugs that mention it. Man. Okay, then. Well, I mean, they could just they could talk to the old maintainer and say, oh, you don't want to maintain it anymore? We'll take it off your hands. For something so important that is used by probably a lot of people. Changed IP, still can't log in. Same error with switching between the two states. That's weird. Let me see what the Yeah, I see. What I see is connecting a new client from some IP address, and then it says about a half a second later, it says client disconnected. So it's not even authenticating. It's like connecting and then immediately disconnecting. I don't know, develop it. I'm not able to recreate the problem. I'm not sure what to say. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. My apologies, my friends, for getting frustrated. It's just when my tools break, I get really upset. You know, I think anybody who uses tools every day would get upset if they just kind of broke. For me, the path was this: everything working. Two, decide one morning, hey, I haven't updated Node in like forever. 3, run latest stable Node installer. 4, notice Node wants to install Python. Think to self, that's cute. We already have Python. Let's see what it does now. 5, notice Node installs Python anyway. Now we have 2 parallel Python installs. 6, decide, well, think, silly script didn't realize what it was doing. Shrug. 7, uninstall older of the 2 Python installs. 8, forget that I needed PyCrypto and WebSockets for some of my scripts. 9, get errors trying to run one of my scripts. 10, try installing PyCrypto. Run into lots of interesting issues. 11, learn that PyCrypto Dome is the way to go. Install that. 12, install WebSockets. And 13, back to everything working. That's the path that I took. Keeps returning status code 101. 101 means it's upgrading to WebSockets. Is your browser like not allowing WebSocket connections to develop it? Is that the problem? Yeah, 101 means it's it's switching protocols to WebSockets. So it could be that you have your browser set up with maybe some kind of protection security thing that is not permitting a WebSocket to be opened up in the browser. That's my guess. It's like that scene in the movie where the door behind you shuts. The only way forward is to traverse the entire mines of Moria. Yeah, exactly. We entered the mines of Moria right here. Because when I uninstalled the older Python install, that's when we had to move forward, right? And then I'm like, let's move forward with the latest Python. And then, yeah, there's where we ran into the Balrog. And actually, here's where we were. And then we found the bridge of Khazad-dûm right here. And then we escaped. Everything back to working again. Hopefully we didn't lose Gandalf along the way. Update node, rip Gandalf. Yeah, exactly. Use 3 browsers also on your phone. All of them have the same problem? I don't know. Oh yeah, I just saw Dragoneer's thing. You're thirsty but don't have any water. You're too lazy to go. So now I'm going to drink for you. Okay, Dragoneer. Cheers, my friend. Yeah, I never heard of this problem before. Develop it that it would just disconnect on the upgrade to WebSockets. Hey there, Jamega. How's CryEngine going? Ganondorf will be back later if you lose him now. Oh, well, yep. Spoilers. All right, I forgot to bring out my redemption queue thing, so I need to pull that out. Review request queue. Here we go. All right. Thank you, Dragoneer, and that we're saying hey to Jelmega with the hydrate. Cheers. Type login persist false name. Okay, maybe it's a persist false thing. Let me see if that's a problem. I've been doing the persist true develop it the whole time. So let me try persist false. New window, going to my game. Log out. Log in. Turn off the persist. Log in. Nope, I'm able to get back in. Of course, when I reload, it's not going to remember me. Log in, remember me this time. Log in with Twitch, authorize. It connects. Yeah, I don't know. I'm stumped. Anybody have any ideas? Yeah, damn Corona. Oh, you're going to start the 15th, but the border's only open then. So now you're starting on the 22nd. Well, early vacation, Shotmaker? Don't even want to think of how much worse 2020 could be. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let's just count our blessings. I don't know, develop it. I can't think of what to try other than to see if there was anything maybe in the JavaScript console. Do you see any errors in the JavaScript console? Develop it? When you hit F12 and you click on console. Let's see if I see any. New window, and I'm going to, I can't show this on screen, obviously. F12, and I'm going to go to my game, and let's see what it says. I don't see any errors. Where is my 101? That would be this one. I see 101 switching protocols. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Yeah, weird. I don't know. It says something like the connection to the servers was interrupted while loading the page. Interrupted, huh? Is there something wrong with the certificate that I'm using? I'd have to turn on my Linux box to see, but I think the certificate should be good for another 2 months. So it's probably not a certificate issue. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm stumped. I don't know how to develop it. I really want to fix it, but I don't know how. Could it be some really weird internet problem between you and the server that I just haven't thought of yet? Anyway, we don't need this. I've kept that up on the screen long enough. I'm sorry, developer. Unless there's some other idea of something to try, I'm kind of stumped right now. I don't know what to do, so I think I have to go. Unfortunately, I have to go back to what I was doing before. Oh, we had this window still up? We don't need this one. Go away. All right. Wait a minute. You had a couple of bad passwords. Oh, wait. Do you have stuff set up to block CAPTCHA? Google CAPTCHA? Because after a certain number of bad passwords, it should like request a CAPTCHA check from you. That might be it. We've run into this before, that if you do bad passwords several times, you don't have it blocked and you didn't get it. Okay, well, that was an idea. Oh, you linked to your account. Let me give you a point for that. So, refresh. There you are. There's that refresh bug. Let me unmask you. Mask you as well. Welcome. That one might not be working. Oh, the getting the captcha check. Let me see if I can recreate this by doing a bad password several times in a row. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Just type in 102 or something. Log out. Oh, nope, I recreated the problem. Yep, look at this. Look at this. This is what you're seeing, right? Connected authenticating. I think it's switching to, I think the server is just saying, nope. And I'm getting bad password because it's going to one of the servers that hasn't exceeded the bad password check. And now it's stuck on all 3 servers. Yep, okay, thank you, developer. I think you found a problem. I'm gonna give you 15 points. Okay then. So the bad password limit, when it gets exceeded, it's supposed to reply saying you need to do a captcha check and it's broken. So, but I could still log in with Twitch. So developer, you haven't tried logging with Twitch? Oh, well, that's a bug. Now I need to go and find out, does that get reset over time, or do I need to restart the server to fix that for people? All right, anyway, where would this go? This is a coordinator issue, because that's actually, is it? Hold on. Let me find CAPTCHA. Authentication. Is this it? This is in the JavaScript. It might be in here. It might be in the front end. I'm not sure. Probably it's in the back end though, right? So look at all C++ files. By the way, I should also change the current task. We're not doing that anymore. We are looking into an issue, into a login issue that occurs after too many bad passwords. It's not this one. Where would I find this? It's been a while since I wrote this code. Would it be here? Where is this called from? Here it is, bad login count. Yep. Bad login count gets reset if you successfully log in. That's good to know. Unsuccessful login, we increment bad login count. Right, so this need CAPTCHA is supposed to be included in the response to the client. I bet what's happening is the front end is ignoring that for some reason and not including a CAPTCHA, and it probably gets to down where it's needed here, and we just hang up on them. Yep, that's probably what it was. Oh no, this is something different. This is the bad login cooldown. This is what I'm looking for, right? The CAPTCHA threshold. Right, so it's failing the CAPTCHA because the message doesn't include it. Then on failure, we just hang up on them. But I should have gotten that message in the log. That's the problem. I'm not seeing that. So maybe it's something in the front end. Let me get the problem back and see what I can see. So log in with password. I needed to, on all 3 servers, to go past the bad login counter. Okay, got it into that position. Now let me log it a little bit. Okay, I got enough information here. Let me see the messages. It is connecting with the WebSocket and sending the login, but something is hanging up on it. Or the front end is deciding to disconnect. One of the two. What does the console show? Connection was interrupted while the page was loading. So it's exactly the same thing develop it said. And what does the backend show? Let me connect to the backend. Yep. There's no message about it. Okay, I've recreated the problem and I'm not seeing any of these messages. What does hang up client do with that message? That message is the second argument, that reason. What do we do with the reason? It goes back down to here. What do we do with this reason? Okay, so it should be in the log. What do I see in the log, though? It just says client disconnected. There's no player disconnected reason. Well, that's odd. Why would the client disconnect? Why? This is what happens when the server disconnects you for some reason, but I'm not seeing that message at all. I see players, whatever, logged out, client disconnected. Yeah, okay. I'm thinking it's a front end problem. Okay, I see the need capture true. I see that. Okay, so I think the front end is not setting. Okay, let's look for need capture. Need capture. If need capture reflect capture needed. And the status for that is bad password. Bad password. Okay, what does reflect capture needed do then? Capture needed. Sets that to true. Which reducer are we in? We're in the modal reducer. Really? Okay. Modal reducer it is. Oh, that's interesting. The login modal has it in the list, but it's not. It's missing. It's missing. That's it. Okay, so it's a prop that's missing. This prop is not listed down here anywhere. So it never thinks it needs you to provide a CAPTCHA. So then Shouldn't I continue to see that captcha needed true on the server side? Why would it? That doesn't. Okay, this explains this being missing from the props. Explains why you don't see the captcha in the first place. But what doesn't make sense is why then further attempts just don't complete their connection, and I don't see anything in the log about it. I do see a status 1006 on the WebSocket though. Where does that happen? That's if the other end disconnected us. Oh. The server broke the connection. That's the only time that we get that. Connection broken. All right. That's in WebSocket, right? Yeah, if the connection is broken from the transport layer. Okay. Okay, what bothers me is I don't see a log message about it. Oh, I also see a script error in the game. Which system is that? I don't know. Okay, I'll have to look at that later. Okay, I guess I should just go back to looking at what happens when that captcha is not included. Need captcha. I'm in the wrong place here. That's what we send back, right? So it's this bad login count. Login check, here we go. Forgot my break timer? What break timer? Oh, yeah. And you're telling me to drink, too. Drink! Right? Cheers, develop it. I did forget the break timer. And he's even disabled. Should probably take a break after I fix this. So we'll ignore the actual time on that. But thank you, develop it. Oh, and Atomic Nibble gave me 15... Oh, tried to give me 15 bits. Oh, no, 15 point... All right, you're responding to develop it getting 15 points. Yes. Yes. Okay, never mind. I thought I got bits for a second. Nope, no bits for me. Let's see. What it should do is initiate the captcha check, but this will be empty. What does that do if it's empty? Recaptcha value, what if that's empty? Hey there, TS Joss. It's supposed to do on failure, which is this. We're supposed to see a reCAPTCHA validation login, reCAPTCHA validation failure login. Hang up client. Oh, that's the problem. We don't know who the player ID is, so it's not going to print that. Okay, I found out why it's not logging the error. All right, this is another problem. Okay, we have multiple problems then. Problems. 1. Front end is broken. When server signals CAPTCHA needed, the client stores this, but does not retrieve it properly when it comes time to render the login screen, the login page. 2, back end is broken. Problems with the login process are not properly logged because I goofed and made the diagnostic log conditional, only logging if the player ID is known. Which, of course, we're not going to know the player ID if we can't successfully log them in, right? So this conditional thing is just stupid. I think I did that because I was seeing a lot of messages where it said player 0. We should print this always and not have this condition here. Ça va. Was it comme ci, comme ça? I'm doing okay. So-so? Droxy, hi. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Sorry that I'm having a difficult day. First I had issues with my tools, now I'm having well, I guess this is a good thing that we're finding these issues in the game's login process. So it just makes me wonder how many times has this happened for people and just no one told me about it. This is why I gave Develop at 15 points, because Develop it told me about it and led me to discover, to track it down and discover what the problems are. So there are 2 problems. The third problem is that we should have got a... Oh, wait, no. I was going to say we should have got a message back to the client, but this isn't... This condition here is sort of erroneous. That the reCAPTCHA fails. The reCAPTCHA shouldn't fail if a human actually went through the process. It should pass, right? So a fail, I think when I wrote this code originally, I expected the fail only to happen if a bot tried to use the login process and not do a correct reCAPTCHA. So, but maybe I need to actually report something anyway. Just report bad password. So what would be the change required for that? Just send that before hanging up on them, I guess. Yeah. Okay. When does this login count get reset? Or does it ever get reset? If it doesn't ever get reset until a successful login, then then for developer to log in right now, I need to actually take the servers offline, right? Yeah, I don't think it ever gets reset. So people are locked out right now. So you know what I'm going to do for a temporary workaround is I'll just take the servers offline and back online, and then the lock will go away. Yeah. Actually, you know, there's a way I can fix this a little bit better. I can change the front end, so we can fix the front end issue. I can deploy that, and then we'll be that'll be a workaround. To solve this one, though, I need to redeploy the servers. You'll turn it off. Yeah, we're not going to turn it off and on again. I'm just going to fix the front end issue. I think it's simple as adding that prop. Where is it? CAPTCHA needed this prop. Right here, right? That prop needs to be pulled in from Redux. It's state.modal.CAPTCHA needed, I think, right? Yep. State.modal.captcha needed. Problem is I can't really test this without deploying it. So I guess we'll just deploy it. Oh, I forgot to put my key in here. All right. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll just do it. So player console, package JSON, another bug fix, 151.6, npm run build. And while that's building, I guess we'll check it in. Okay. Hopefully fix missing CAPTCHA prompt on login. 1.51.6 get tag front 151.6 get push tags. All right, and then here I'm gonna drop some frames when I do this. So you guys ready for the stream to crap out for about a second or two? Here we go. We're deploying. Oh, interesting. I'm not dropping frames. I'm not dropping frames. I'm saying I'm not dropping frames because that always leads to drop frames. Interesting. No drop frames. Okay, cool. So now with the new version of the game deployed, when I log in with a bad password again, oh, I have to refresh the page first. I have to refresh the page and then try logging in again. Nope, it didn't work. It's reconnecting for some reason. It's not getting the bad status or something. Oh no, it won't. It won't because we exceeded the count and it doesn't warn us again. Okay, so I probably need to. Okay, so there's three problems. Back end. Well, the whole reCAPTCHA process has an issue with a server state. If the client doesn't know that CAPTCHA is needed, the server won't tell the client because the server assumes the client already knows. This leads to the server simply disconnecting the client without giving a reason. Okay, but let's see if I can hack this. I don't need to save that. If I just assume that it's true on disconnect, maybe? How can I do this? How in the front end can I capture the fact that we just got disconnected? Okay, that would appear in the server connect, not server messages, game connection, right? On close. Close. Here, right? No get annotated tags? What do you mean get annotated tags? I just tag it and push the tag. What is a get annotated tag anyway? Whatever it is, I don't use it. So what we can do is if it fails unexpectedly, a lightweight tag is like a branch that doesn't change, just a pointer to specific commit. Stored as full objects. I don't need it to be stored as a full object in the Git database. Okay, they recommend it in the Git book. I didn't know. I've been going for years without it. I guess that's if you want to ensure that it's immutable. I actually prefer it to be mutable because I make so many mistakes with tags. The tags are really just informational anyway. I can always look at the history of that file and know what commits are where I actually changed the version number. So yeah, I think I don't need the annotated tag. Let's see. But I can see how that would be useful in a team where you need to enforce discipline. To make the version release immutable, the part of the build process would be to check in a annotated tag. Yeah, just like a branch, right? Git commit, you did a thing. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. And I should also say hi to ArcoGeus. Hello. And Imperi0 as well. And Atomic Nibble. I need to catch up on some of my haze. And I never said hi to Suleiman Froni. And play units. I've never seen play units before. At 9:55. Okay, that was like half an hour ago. But hey, anyway. That's as far as I'm going to go back, I think. It's half an hour. Branches are moving through, like masters different things in different days, whereas a tag really just an alias for... Well, I mean, so is a branch. The thing is, branches move constantly. You can move a tag too. I've done that whenever I make mistakes. But it is a little bit more difficult, right? Usually you have to force a change to change a tag. But you still can change it. I guess the point of a annotated tag is because it becomes part of the commit history, it's even more difficult to change it. You have to rewrite history. I guess, yeah. Yeah. DAG, what's DAG? Directed something graph? Directed acyclic graph? It isn't really part of the Git history? Oh, for an annotated tag? Not even? Okay, then what use is it? Yeah, what's the point of an annotated tag if it's not part of the commit history? DAG is day. Oh, I see. Okay. This is the problem right now. We're getting stuck in this loop. So, what if I have the current activity should be logging in, right? If we get disconnected and log in, what if we just assume that we need to do a reCAPTCHA? How many activities do I have? Logging in. So what if I have a check for that? Else if get, what am I doing? Just copy that line and then change it to activity logging in. What if we do this? We say the same as if we, let me put a bookmark here. Probably going to have a whole bunch of bookmarks I don't want, right? No? Okay. I need to go to where we're handling login messages. Is that authentication? Yes. Right. So if we actually get a login error, what do we do? Oh, if we're playing hide the modal, right? So I guess we want all of these actions. Right. So we're going to do, did it not pin it? Game connection. There we go. Want all of that, plus we're going to reflect a captcha as needed. And this should be, if it's equal. Right, we're not going to try to connect again. We're going to clear our token. We're going to end the session, sit outside, disconnect from the game, and reflect that a captcha is needed. Just like if there was a login error and they said needs captcha. So this is a temporary fix. So let me annotate this. To do. This is temporary until the server is fixed to always tell the client when a captcha is needed. if for now, if we're disconnected while still trying to log in, assume it's because of a CAPTCHA being needed. If it was a if it was a login error, if the server does tell us about a login error, we would have already disconnected. We would have already changed the current activity to this and to try to reconnect if we had a login. Actually, no, it would have been activity sitting outside and it would not do anything. Okay, I think I got it. So I'm going to deploy again. You know, I don't mind there being many revisions to this. It's just a side effect of me not being able to reproduce this easily on the test environment. You know, we're doing it live. F it, we're doing it live. So then I want to do another build here. And another deploy, and we'll make sure it works. Git GUI. There's that. Oh, I didn't actually commit that? Okay. Amend the last commit. What? Did I just never commit? I never committed the dang thing. I'm so bad today. Shoot. Okay, so I need to recreate that file. There. And there. That's that commit. And then that's this one. So add workaround for server not informing about CAPTCHA needed. Commit that. Now I need to fix the tags. So git k. I'm going to delete. Actually, can I just tag here and move it? Or is it going to give me an error? It already exists, and I can't delete a tag, right? All right, but I can delete it here. Front 151.6. All right, this is front 151.6. This is front 151.7. Git push tags force. Actually, that is only going to push the new one. No, it does push the old one too. Forced update. That's right. That's how we do it. Control T for staging selected file. Yeah, I didn't have to. Oh, I see. To change the tag in place. I got the same thing in the end, right? Ooh, that's bad. Yeah. Oops. So that's a thing. I need to make sure it's in here. I'm not doing so well today, am I? Let's run it first to make sure it builds. In the meantime, yeah, we got to delete that tag again. Or actually, let's try the new command that, the new way that Atomic Nibble is trying to teach me. Let's amend the last commit. Git push force Now, get tag f front 1517. Huh. Still have to do this, right? Get push tags force. All right. Now, don't tell me. Okay, good. Okay, we're gonna drop some frames now. You ready? Dropping some frames. Actually, I wonder why I don't drop frames here anymore. I wonder if they changed something in the AWS tools that, because I did update that also when we updated Node. No, didn't drop any frames. Okay, reload. Log in. Let's type in a bad password. Okay, cool. I got a reCAPTCHA check. So I do the CAPTCHA. And then here I gotta get my authenticator thing again. So, and my password. So there's my password, goes there, and then the 6 digits. I'm gonna wait for it to rotate. Log in with the CAPTCHA, and we're in. All right, cool. So developer, if you try it now, it should pop the CAPTCHA thing up, and then you should be able to log in. Solved this problem, and we have a workaround for this problem. This one is still broken. I'm not getting logs about it, but that's okay. That's secondary. The logs are useful to diagnose problems, but right now I already know the problem, so this is fixed. There's a workaround for this. So let me update my to-dos. And the problem there is definitely in the coordinator. Right, so there are 2 things I need to do. Always tell the client a CAPTCHA is needed. When the bad password threshold is exceeded and no CAPTCHA, well, no valid CAPTCHA is provided in a login. That's one problem. The other problem was, right, the logging. Always log client hangups, even if player ID is not known. All right, they're in my to-do list. I'm going to be taking a break because a break is overdue. What tool is it? No rate limit support. Which one? Assume my deploy script. Oh, the script I'm running here is just a bunch of, I'll just cat it. It's just a bunch of AWS S3 commands. So this is a Python-based tool. And as we all know now, I had to update my Python, or node install updated the Python for me. And so I had to reinstall, basically when I reinstalled the AWS scripts, it was the latest. So I'm assuming, optimistically, that the latest Python with the latest AWS scripts now will transfer files to S3 without overdoing it on the bandwidth, and that's why I'm not dropping frames. But it's all a big guess. Maybe I'm just lucky today. Unlucky in some respects and lucky in others. It showed you the CAPTCHA when you logged in, succeeded the CAPTCHA, then you had to re-enter your password, but you're logged in now? Sweet. So we overcame the issue. And there you are. You're in the game. I hope you're not dead. You're in town. All is well. I'm glad you're able to play again, develop it. Okay, so I feel good. I feel better now that I'm on top of the issues. I understand what the issues are. They're my own failures. So what is the motto? Advice? Pick something you'll enjoy failing at. So I totally enjoyed failing at the CAPTCHA login problems this morning. The only frustrating part, I think, for me was when my tools broke and when I couldn't figure out how I failed in the first place. But once I figured out what I was failing at, I had a lot of fun, even though I failed. I'm going to take a break and then hopefully get back to what I was intending to do today, which was to have my game's entity component system read its data from database instead of JSON. But I'm going to first take about, let's take a slightly longer break because that was rough. Some of the fun and quite common errors you have are just you being stupid. Everyone's stupid at some point, Jalmega. It's part of being human. The computers are very unforgiving, so it always makes us look stupid when we realize that we made a mistake. It's that feeling that you're stupid. It's a normal thing. You're gonna go? Okay. See ya, Jamega. Just remember, we all feel stupid from time to time. It's just human nature, part of our fallibility. I'm gonna take a 4-minute break. Actually, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And go get up and use the restroom, get something to drink. And I advise you to do the same thing. Feeling is part of growing up and being better able to deal with failure, yes. Yeah, you'll lead a lot happier life once you get used to that feeling of failing, and then you leverage it to learn and get better and improve. But the thing is, you don't want the failure to shut you down and prevent you from trying. That's giving up, and that's what we don't want. You just give failure a big hug and say, thank you for teaching me, failure. Just remember, failure is a teacher that sometimes, actually a lot of the times, goes misunderstood. So I'll be back in about 4 minutes. See you in a bit. Look who I found in our garage. He somehow got in the garage where he's not supposed to be, and he was going, wow, wow, trying to get back in. He's a big dummy. He like wants to investigate new areas, but then he gets trapped, and he doesn't remember that he's not supposed to be there. All right, yeah, I'm back a little bit early. Cats don't learn from failure. Don't be a cat. Yeah, there you go. All right. What's my current task? We looked into that. So I'm going to undo. Okay, I actually technically already did this, right? Yeah, so new task. Setting up some unit tests to arrange an environment. Actually, this is too long. Setting up some unit tests for... what is this? Weird itch. Okay, setting up unit tests for... what am I thinking? Complete thought, brain. Reading... Well... Getting game data from database. Fetching? Yeah, sure. And let me start with an easy table. So if I had... Where did I put the schema for this? Wasn't it here? Create... Yeah, here it is. It's hiding. Caps was ridiculously simple. Maybe we'll start with that. It just has one column in addition to its key. Yeah, let's start with caps. So there's a caps.cpp, right? Right, so I think we'll just start with a single test. And we'll say deserialize from database. And that I ought to do upper snake case. Okay, so what I want is to get something like that out. So the assert just be something like components get entity component of type caps 523 will give me back a JSON value, right? So expect equal this for when we get it. That's exactly what I want, right? Now to put it in the database in the first place would be to do some statements. So yeah, I'll grab this one. So I only need to build it and step it, and that's it, right? So it's insert. Don't remember the syntax. That's how bad I am. I want SQLite insert. Here we go. Insert into table. And then I could put the column names in there. Sure, why not? That's wrong, right? It's this. It should be this. That's it, right? Can I just... Didn't I have a direct execute? Oh, I do. Cool, that's even better. So I don't have to build it, I just execute it. Perfect. So insert into caps, Mobility values 3, right? Column name, values, and then values. Okay. And then the act is not to do this, but to deserialize, right? Yes. Deserialize. Oops. And it's a list, right? Serializations is a vector of JSON values, I think. Yes. Right, and it should have components. If it doesn't have these other things, what does that mean? That this will end up being 0, and temporary entities will have 0 size, and so it'll skip all that. So it should be good, right? Yeah. So I can just say in the test components, JSON, not a colon, but a values. And in here, what am I doing values? It's object, right? And at this level, it's caps. No, what am I doing? What am I doing? I don't need any of this stuff. I can just give it a completely empty JSON, can't I? I need to give it one where the component type is missing. That's important. If it's there, then we're going to do a migration to the database. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's there or if it's missing. It could just be missing. Can this even be empty? I don't even know why I had this check. Is that so that just in case it's empty? I think so. So I can just give it an empty one. Who cares, right? There we go. So this should trigger it to read from the database. And so that's what we should get back out. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Keeping it simple. All right, let me run the test. So I've already set it up. Adding code to fetch game data from database on deserialization. That's what we're doing. Probably what we're going to be doing for a long time now. Because I got to do this for, what, 26 different types of components? Right, so... Oops, I didn't mean to hit debug. We get invalid JSON if we get the caps of an entity that doesn't exist, right? So, okay. So the test, I think, is good. It's just that this doesn't actually read from the database yet. Hey there, Romania Hate. It's going okay. I did a bunch of failure a little bit ago that you missed. I had tools break. Hey there, C17R. Had tools break, and I had a critical login issue with the game that we have a workaround in place now for. The CAPTCHA check was completely broken, and Developit discovered it. Developit didn't know it was a CAPTCHA problem, but I figured it out by looking into it. And my tools broke because I saved the notes, but I mean, I didn't save the notes, but I updated Node, which insisted on installing a second install of Python. So I uninstalled the old Python, which broke all my tools, which needed certain Python libraries. And trying to reinstall some of them, I needed the crypto stuff, but I didn't know that PyCrypto was abandoned and that we needed PyCrypto instead. Apparently, PyCrypto is so last decade. PyCrypto Dome is greater than PyCrypto. What do you mean you gave me all the info? I guess you gave me all the info that you knew, but we didn't know that it was a CAPTCHA issue. Saw that post on Discord that Node installed Python. Yeah, so unbeknownst to me, I had installed some libraries for Python that I needed, and I forgot to reinstall them, and then I installed the wrong one. I installed the old PyCrypto stuff. Yeah, now if you install, at least on Windows, it requires both Python and the Visual Studio development tools, apparently. Everything needs everything. Yeah, lots and lots of dependencies. So you missed the tools getting broken. All right. NVM? What's NVM? Oh, is that the alternative to NPM? Oh, Node version manager. That's right. So to install different versions of Node. Yeah. So I just did the installer. Maybe that was my mistake. You never noticed. What was a letdown for me was that the Node installer either didn't know or didn't care that I already had Python installed. It maybe just insisted on a specific version of Python. So I had like a Python that was like maybe 1 minor or 2 minor versions old. It said, you have no Python. You have no Python, dude. I'm like, yeah, I do, but okay, fine. So I expected that the install would just do a no-op because we already have Python installed, but nope, install a second version of Python. Node is not a package manager, so NVM is, right? The Node version manager. Oh, did you tell me about this a long time ago? Am I just really bad? Oh, look at that. Yeah, but here the CAPTCHA showed. Oh, yep. Okay. So Malvex actually told me about this, and I never fixed it because I had no idea how to reproduce it. Okay. Thank you, Develop It. Let me give you some more points. Yep. So I should have looked into this sooner. Wow. I'm really bad at this sometimes. It's almost a year. And finally, Develop It led me to look into this. And we found 3 problems. 1, the front end was not correctly rendering the login page if the server told it a CAPTCHA was needed. I don't think this was the case for Malvex, but it's just another problem that that came up. 2, I need to make this window bigger. It's gonna be a big comment. The backend server does not tell the client that a CAPTCHA check is needed. The backend server only tells the client that a CAPTCHA check is needed once. Only tells the client one time that a CAPTCHA check is needed. After that, it just becomes rude and disconnects client if no valid CAPTCHA is included. 3, the backend server does not properly log login issues because of a silly conditional logic. A silly piece of conditional logic where it log messages are only saved or only generated if the player ID is known. Which obviously it isn't during login because the login process isn't yet complete. Okay. I have fixed issue 1 above and deployed to production. I also put a workaround in the front end for issue 3 above, so, making a front end client assume a CAPTCHA is needed if it gets abruptly disconnected during login. Comment. There we go. Yeah, I feel bad that this is as old as July 17, 2019, almost a year ago, and I never fixed it. Hey there, Phoenix. How are you doing? You got an ad for the military? Wow. I guess Twitch ads are localized, right? So it's not something I would ever see. I would probably just get silly American ads. Yeah, thank you again, Develop It. Apparently, I need to look at my own issues more often. Because I don't even remember that now. I guess I assumed at the time it was not my problem. But in fact, it really was. US Army does ads on Twitch? I haven't seen one in a while. Okay. Back to this new development. So, when we put something into the database and then we tell the ECS to deserialize, it should pull in the state into memory. It doesn't yet. So to fix this, I need to go in here and to deserialize. I think I'm going to do it right here. I'm going to insert a call basically to the equivalent, the reverse equivalent of when we do like a create entity component of type. The create component of type. This does this, right? So we need a construct select statement, and then actually we need to do it for every type, don't we? Yeah. So it's going to be slightly different. Instead of already knowing the type, we're going to do it for all types. And we're only going to do it once. Actually, no, we're going to do it every time a deserialize happens, right? Yeah. Okay, so, I think I'm just going to insert one line there, then, where was it? Deserialize. I'm just going to insert a line here. Impl. Select from database. There we go. So that needs to exist. Let's add it. I'm trying to find the right place to put this. Where did I put the other database stuff? Is it right here? Yeah, it's right here. Okay. Void. Select from database. Component simple. Select from database. We can only do this if we have a database connection, right? So, and I don't really need to build a statement, do I? Because we're only going to do it once. So I could just do, well, actually, I need to build a statement if we're going to do a stepping it. Okay. So if we don't have a database, then we're just going to return remember seeing people complaining about the German military ads at Gamescom with text like multiplayer at its best or more open world is impossible. That's funny. I think I do want to break this up by component type. So I have a table, don't I? Put a break bookmark there. Don't need one there anymore. Or there. I have this table-based thing. Can I just use one of these up here? This one right here. I could use something like this if there was an entry for every component type. If there is, I can use this. Or otherwise, I'm going to make something else. Let's do something else. What's complex table mappings again? Does that have a bunch of functions in it? I think you really need one function to be called per component type, right? I remember what game that's from, Nui. That's from Unreal Tournament. Monster. Kill. It was Unreal Tournament, right? That had, if you get a lot of kills in quick succession, it starts to say things like multi-kill, ultra-kill, monster kill. Should it reset your captcha timer? Yes. On successful login, it shouldn't require a captcha again. Yeah. Unreal Tournament, yeah, I had some fun times with that game. It didn't? Oh, no, every server has its own timer. Yeah, actually, that's an interesting thing. The timer is local to each server, but we could reset it on successful login. Let me put, yeah, so you might encounter it up to 3 times because since there's 3 servers. Let me put that in here. A reset bad login. Oh, the intro to that? Yeah. Reset bad login. Oh, don't I already do that? I remember seeing that. This, right? No. It's bad login counter. Bad login count. It should be reset to 0 on successful client log. Oh, but this is only run on one server. That's probably the problem. Yes. Only for the server client combo. Okay, so this is a problem. Reset bad. What is it again? Bad login count. On all servers upon successful player login on any server. Yeah, so that's... So you could run into that captcha thing up to 3 times because there are 3 different servers. Yes. In fact, even if you told it to persist, I think it would still have a problem. Because it does that check before then, I think. So one more, yeah. Sorry about that, develop it. And thank you again for finding these little issues. Okay, complex table mapping. Right, so I can, I guess, put another delegate here using select elements delegate. I suppose we want to give the delegate access to the database directly, right? So that would be what? Const well, doesn't even need to be const. Database abstraction, right? IntelliSense, you're killing me. Database abstractions. It's so slow. It can't even help me. Oh, is it because this is in the... No, this is not in the private header. I mean the public header, it's in the private header. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Why can't... DB. Yeah, that's it, right? That's the delegate. It's just going to take IntelliSense forever to read that. Okay, back to here, down here. Yeah, we don't want this. Okay, so I'm gonna have to have a table then. A table of those delegates. Yet another table. Const standard unordered map. I don't know why I'm typing this. I should just copy paste it from above, but that's okay. Components, impl, select. Oh, come on. Select from database. Oh, this is declared as static, isn't it? I don't even know if I got this right now. No, I didn't get it right. Select elements delegate. Select elements. So go to where that's declared. It's killing me that IntelliSense is so slow, and it didn't even bring me to the right place. Wow. Okay. That's okay. I'll forgive it for being so slow. Static const. There. So here I don't need to qualify either of these. Hey there, Sika player. How goes it? Kind of rough today. I had my tools break because I updated Node and it had reinstalled Python, and I forgot which Python modules I had to install for my tools to work, but we got through it. Also ran into a login problem with my game that I put workarounds in place, but you know, it always feels bad when things don't work and then you have to find out what's going wrong and then you have to go fix it. But I'm back to doing the work I was intending to do all along today, which is I am working on this window. I can show it. I'm working on step 2 of the strategy of moving my game's data from JSON to an SQLite database. JSON is neat in that it's easy to read and understand and code, but it becomes a performance issue in the game when things get big. So where's the buffer? Yeah, so this is an example of just the test environment for my game. Not even a whole lot of content. It's already 11,000 lines long. It takes a long time for my game to parse this stuff. Been looking at RethinkDB. So my database was just JSON file, and it was just tremendously huge. So everything about the game is stored in here. Like here's an example of what an item looks like, right? Here's a stack of gold in the game somewhere, right? That's its key of what makes it a unique pile of gold. It's 230 gold pieces, and it works, but it's very slow to parse all this stuff because you have to the computer has to go and read all these syntax characters and to know what context things are in. So we're moving this into a database, and I have finished recently with step 1, which is in parallel with the JSON. We also have the same information being written to the database. But now step 2 is to replace the reading part, the reading back from JSON, to be reading back from the database, and then I get to drop most of the JSON. So what makes it a little bit time consuming is I have this many tables or component types I have to do. I think it's 23 or something like that. So every one of these types of components in the game has a different shape in the database, and so a different mapping between JSON and the database. So that item thing we were just seeing a moment ago, its shape in the database is just a single table, so it's not too bad. But some of the JSON objects are pretty complicated. Like NPCs have a top-level table, but they also have subordinate tables for like aggro list and their loot tables. And if they're moving in the game, they have a path. And if they have like checkpoints, then there's a travel list. So it can get kind of complicated. Here's another example. A player component has a lot of top-level stuff. That's fine. But also players have inventory, and they have equipment, and they have quests that they're on, right? And these have to be separate tables because you can't, it's not like you can just be on one quest at a time. You could be on many quests at a time. So it's a one-to-many relationship between player and quest. So if there's any key at all here, it's the combination of the player's entity and the quest number. Or for like inventory, it's the combination of player and slot number. So that's why we need these extra tables. So the mapping to go between these 4 different tables in JSON is a little bit complicated. And then in the future, I might even just drop the JSON completely and go for a binary format, but I'll still need some kind of way to represent this stuff in memory, right? Because unless I say everything stays in the database and then every time the game needs some information, it's going to do a select, I really don't like the idea of doing constantly selecting stuff from the database, because a lot of the game systems have to iterate every instance of every kind of a component already. So it would just destroy the cache performance if I constantly were to be reading from the database. So we'll probably keep the idea of reading this into memory first and then doing most of our work with memory. So I need either JSON or some kind of binary format for in memory. And then the database serves to save it when the game isn't running. So anyway, yeah, working on migrating just one of the simpler tables. It's called the CAPS, or capability table. And it just has one column called mobility right now, and it's just a bit mask. So I think in my game, a 1 means you can move on land, 2 means you can move across water. So 3 would indicate 1 plus 2, which is you can move on land or water. Maybe an amphibious NPC would have this capability of movement, right? So the idea here is that if we seed the database with 1 row in that table, where, oh, I'm actually forgetting something, right? This has to have an entity number, 523. If entity 523 has the mobility 3, then when we deserialize the entity component system, we should, and then we query it to see what's the capabilities of 523, we should get back that it has mobility 3, right? 1 by land, 2 by sea, exactly, and 8 by stone. And I forget what 4 meant, but yeah. So I do test-driven development. I make the test first, and then I make the test pass by writing the code. So the test is complete, but it's not passing because I haven't written the code yet. So I was in the middle of writing the code for that. Back to the code. So I'm setting up a table here. Actually, I'm wondering why that doesn't compile. That should compile. It's not compiling because it's not a member. Really? That's not a member? There's where I declare it. Interesting. It took your points, but it didn't show in chat? What points? Oh, I see it. I see you, Suni. Thank you for the hydrate. And then Nui. Don't drink and program. I'm sorry, I'm not taking that advice, Nui. Drinking and programming here, but it's all water. Thank you for redeeming those points. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't show up in chat. Didn't show up here either. It showed Nui's. So I don't know. Yeah, test-driven development is failure-driven development. Exactly. It is failure-driven development. You make it fail first, and it drives you to write the code. Grumpy Game Dev knows exactly. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. It showed up in the reward queue, though. And I can't show already things that are redeemed, so I can't show you guys that anymore. But it showed up with like a dot for the message. I guess if you put a single dot, it doesn't show it in chat. Okay, I'm going to try to understand this compiler error. Select elements delegate is not a member of that class. Did I not save the file, maybe? I did save the file. So there it's declared. No, actually, if I click that, there it's declared there. Oh, it's not a member of that class. I know what the problem is. It's not a member of the impl class. It's a member of the parent of the impl class. It actually says it's not. Okay. Do I know where the cat is? No. The family's looking for where the cat might have gone off to. Okay, where? Oh. It's outside the class. Okay. Then this isn't needed at all. Yeah, did you guys check the garage? He might have gotten back into the garage. Now they can't hear me. They've moved off to other rooms of the house. See, for our cat, if you leave any door open, the cat will go through it. Did you guys check the garage? Under what? Oh, he was under the patio cover. We had to find the cat because they're going to fumigate one of the bedrooms because we had a problem with bird mites. Bird mites are the worst. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. So what happens is you get a bird's nest outside your window in like a tree, and then these birds, like these doves that inhabit our area, are infested with mites, and so the mites are crawling all over the birds. So they're all over the bird nest, and then they kind of branch out and they crawl on anything. So they'll crawl on the side of the house, they'll crawl into the cracks of the window frame, and then they get inside the house, and then they're like infest the house until you kill them all, basically. So that right now we're in the middle of chemical warfare against bird mites. I have nothing against the doves, but I have a lot against the insects that infest them. Yeah. Okay, so this is empty. We're going to add something here. It's going to be caps. And this delegate is going to take the database. So database abstractions, database, DB. And we get to write our code here. Assuming that this compiles now. All right, back in business. Why is it taking so long to link? 12 seconds? Anyway. So we got to prepare the statement, and we have to run the statement to get the rows out, and then we need to use the rows to construct the JSON objects to put into our store. So I'm going to steal some code from nearby, from this one, where we create... Oh, actually, this doesn't do that. Let me have to find it somewhere else. It's build statement, right? Yeah, this stuff. I'm going to want to refactor this into something easier, right? Because this is a lot of overhead just to build a statement in the database. Okay, db dot becomes db, or db arrow becomes db dot. I can't type right now. Hey there, Jackamus. White feathered pigeons? Are they? The doves we have are kind of like brownish white. They're some kind of special dove. Okay, so we're not doing an insert. We're doing a select. So actually I can steal from the test we had for this. Yes. Select mobility from caps. And then there's no where clause because we want a row for every component. So I don't need an sprintf. I just need to that. Build a statement, select mobility from caps. If there is an error... Okay, here I don't need this, right? If the error is not empty... Okay, so I do want a diagnostic sender. Yeah, we want that. Add that there. And... here. Might as well indent all this stuff. Actually, no. I don't need to indent it. It's not too difficult to read. Don't need that, though. Error building caps select statement. And then we'll have this return. All right. And then if it succeeds, we're going to step it, right? Step. Okay. Doesn't matter which one I copy from. Does my brother know that I revived the project? My brother knows that I never stopped working on it. He knows the whole history of the game. He knows the original name of the game, and he knows that I've been working on it for 20-something years. Pony hacker. I should ask him what he thinks that I'm working on it live on Twitch. I haven't asked him that specific question. And hello, by the way. I'm pretty good at ignoring some messages. Which messages am I ignoring? I don't see what I ignored. You guys are talking about birds? Yeah, no, don't know what I'm missing, Nui. Let me know what I missed. Okay, tried using a dot and indeed it didn't show up in chat. Oh, you mean the hydrate? Yeah. See, I'm seeing that dot and for some reason it doesn't show up in chat. It's not that I'm ignoring it, it's just I'm not seeing it. Hey, they're showing the 111. Yeah, so if you do the hydrate command, don't do a dot because I probably won't see the chat. I don't see it unless I see it here, like this. I'm not going to see it, probably. Hello? But I ignored the message. The dot message or the one before that that said don't drink and program. I know I didn't ignore that. Which program is this? This one's Yada. But unfortunately it doesn't know how to show redeemed rewards unless there's a message, and it looks like if the message is just a single dot character, it doesn't get shown up. Doesn't show up. When you said just putting a dot doesn't show up in chat, I didn't ignore that. I think I said so. I said, yeah, it doesn't show up. That's a problem, right? Because I put in for the hydrate command, you have to put in a message, but apparently people can put in a message which doesn't show up. Would that be a Twitch bug, technically? If I configured the Twitch reward saying, I want to see a custom message, and then people could put in a message that doesn't show up at all, isn't that a problem? Is it even showing up in the chat overlay above me? I don't even know. I haven't been watching. All right. I want to look at this build statement results. Okay, it's statement. That's what I wanted to get. I want to get the statement out. So let's give it a name. Const auto statement is build result statement. And then I can just say statement, arrow. You don't think so, what? I'm not understanding what you're saying, Nui. Are you saying if, does it support HTML5? I know that if you're talking about the chat overlay up there, it doesn't parse HTML at all. I know Coding Garden's overlay does, but Chris's doesn't. Okay, so I need to do this in a loop, don't I? For infinite loop. Yeah, sorry. It does support emotes, though. And it even has custom emotes, so I could make one for sad face if you wanted. Say in 10 years you want to replace the graphics of the game. How difficult would it be? Actually pretty easy. We're actually thinking about making a text-only version of the game that would use ASCII art instead of instead of the graphics. Hold on a second. I need to hydrate again. I don't want to lose my voice. Oh no. I'm losing my voice for some reason. I think I need to get more water is the problem. Hold on, let me go get some more water. Thank you. I just hydrated right as you said that, and I saw the dot. Let me take a 1 minute break, not even that, or to get some water. I'll be right back. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. I'll be right back. All right, actually I saw that this time. You did comma and exclamation point. So it's just dot that doesn't make it through? Gonna make me drink a whole pool. Did I encourage anyone else to make games? I don't know. That I would be very honored if I did encourage other people to make games. Remember, I didn't start out making games. I started out this stream making a web server and then a chat room. And then I eventually migrated into making games. And I think the biggest influence on me for that decision was Adam, who is not streaming today because he's looking for a job, but he was making a game for the longest time. You get a generic O and error code and you just try a slash. Huh. So you're finding Twitch, you're finding all the bugs, Sinui. You're finding all the Twitch bugs today. If it's not empty, I think we'll just break out of here. Or just return, right? Alrighty. And then if step result dot done, break. If we're not done, then we can fetch the columns, right? Hey there, Flyboy, 1565. I also didn't say hi to Fool today. Hello, Fool. And Rosin933 also hello. And Suni I didn't say hi to either. Sorry about the not seeing the hydrate command. Nui has been redeeming more points. Dot dot to you, Nui. Didn't I submit a Twitch feature suggestion on user voice? I did. I had 4 other people vote for it and no one commented on it. How do I find that again? That was in my notes. Anybody remember the day it was on? Here it was. I found it. It's got 6 votes now, but no comments. 0 comments. Sad face. Yeah, the idea that if you get gifted a sub and you don't want the sub, that you could transfer to someone else who does. I thought that that was a great idea, and 5 other people do too, but I don't get any comments. If you guys want to vote on it, here it is. Yeah, my little work rate thing is getting in the way. Hydrate backwards. That would imply spitting into this cup. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to drink from it. No reverse hydrations here on stream. Okay. If it's not done, I need to fetch the column, right? So we're doing this in the tests already. Yes, with fetch column. Right. And actually, I think the thing I can do here is I can go directly to create. Oh wait, I have to give the delegate. I could just give the delegate access to. No, I can't capture this here. Ooh, how am I going to get access to the entity component system then? I can make it a parameter. Oops, I need to go to this one. Yeah, okay, so I want to give access to what exactly? Component simple? I think I can do this. Then I can say here, impl dot create I'm not seeing it. Should it be create entity component of type? Is that not something I can call? Oh, it might be, okay, now I'm really confused. Create component of type. And it's not an impl. It's one of the very few that isn't. Oh, actually, no, I don't want to call this directly. I just want to put it straight into the store, don't I? Yeah, okay. So then I'm not calling that. I'm just going straight to the store. Yeah, so we're going to... Actually, I could just pass in the store, then I don't need to pass that impl. So let me go back and change this to the store. What's the store again? Store. It's just store. Store is what? Exactly. Where is store declared? It's there. Oh, it's in the public API. Okay. So component store. And then here. There. Why do I have a bookmark there? I don't know. Okay, so then it's auto. Caps is store reference caps. So then this would just be caps dot this isn't right. What is type of caps now? Store entry, okay. Oh, it's just components. Yes. Okay, got it. Components. Index, and I need the entity number. So I need the E and the mobility. So the entity number is fetching one of the columns, right? JSON object. And let's reduce this down. It's statement arrow fetch column 0 type. Yeah. Let's get this separately. I'll call this entity const auto entity equals that. All right, and then here it's key caps loading caps mobility fetch column 1. There we go. Done. Do I have a bookmark on the test or not? I don't. That was down here at the bottom, right? Let's put a bookmark there. Let's run it. Okay, so it didn't work. I'm not going to let that get me down. I'm going to put a bookmark here and debug the test. Would be interesting to try the same but with beer, but it's probably against TOS. Ability to transfer. Oh, did you just repeat, Dragon Eater repeated the same link only without the dot in front? All right. All right. Did it never even hit that point? Oh, I know why. I know why. We don't even call it, right? The select elements is never called. That was select from database, yeah, right here. So I need to basically iterate all that. So for const auto component, well, select elements entry in select elements. Const auto select element. Select elements entry dot second. Select element. Okay, it wants the store, so that's store, and then the database, which is DB, and that's a reference, so we just do that, and then the diagnostic sender. There we go. Got it. My drunk friend is here. Hey there, Andy from Lithuania. Hopefully you're not too drunk today. All right. Running the test again. I have a bookmark so I don't lose it this time. Run the test. It passes. 1 down, 23 to go. Okay. Should I just hit the... I should probably just make a to-do for this, right? To migrate all of these. Okay. So all of these... Not done yet, right? The created is wrong. Actually, if I hit it twice, does it recreate? Yeah, it does. So this one's done. I'm hitting Alt-D, Alt-Enter to uncheck it and then remove the timestamp and add it back. It's probably a faster way to do this, but that's okay. So I essentially have to hit all of these, so I'll skip the harder ones and I'll do the easier ones first. So, door was a pretty easy one, right? Not so much. It actually had two things. Dialogue was hard. Container was eh. Like a character isn't so bad. We can do character next. I want to bookmark here. Okay, so then we're gonna copy this over to character. All right, character. All right, and then cool. So we'll need one for character. I'll just put it in there and leave it blank for now. Just so I can bookmark it. All right, and then this is wrong, obviously, but we'll fix it. Okay, now to compare it to the schema. Here are all the things that a character can have. Insert into character. So take that and move it down here. Okay, so all of these lines go one word over and put a comma, go to the end of the string and hit double quote, oops, and delete. Double quote. Remove that one from the end. Values. I guess we can just put the numbers in here. So 523, Armor 2, Constitution 14, Dexterity 18. I don't know, 8 hit points, max hit points 14, Intelligence 20, Strain 6. So it's a weakling. So that's inserting one character's information directly into the database. Deserialize the components and expect that we get a character component out that has this information but in the original form that characters had, like this. Now what's missing? Armor is missing. And it's 2. Constitution was 14, Dexterity 18, hit points 8 out of 14, 20 Intelligence, 6 Strength. Yeah, so basically the reverse mapping, if that's in the database and we deserialize, we should get that JSON object out. You can compile stuff today. Great. I never said hi to Mr. Halsey either. My apologies, Mr. Halsey. All right, run this test. It's going to fail. Yes. Now to write the code to match it. It should be similar to this, right? Only we have all of these fields. From caps, or from character. I think that's what we want, right? And so instead of caps, it's character. All right. So I'm already seeing where there's a bit of boilerplate that I'll probably want to extract out of this, right? Because the error handling is the same. The getting access to the store is the same. The stepping is the same. The only thing that's really different are the columns. But this is for a simple mapping. For a complex mapping, it gets more complicated. But I could make a generalized delegate that handles simple tables. Anyway, we'll do this right now without refactoring. We could probably get away with insert into, since we specify all columns. Oh, you mean in the test? Yeah, but this also helps document the test so someone reading it knows that, you know, can see that those match up. Yeah, you're right. I could just do this, right? I prefer this just because it helps make them a little bit more readable. But yes, you are correct, Andy. Let me give you a point. You have 12 points now. Nice. All right, so the entity is always the first column, so the other columns are, I can just copy from the test, right? These right here. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate all the follows. I hope you're enjoying the stream. If not, tell me why. Please be nice. I'll try to improve things, or you can tell me in my Discord. Or you can send me a private message. All right, so all of these lines go to the end, go back 2 words, delete the last word, paste. Okay, and then they're all integers, right? It's just that the column numbers are all different. So I definitely think I should maybe stop and refactor this a bit because there's a lot of redundancy here. If I had a table that just had the type and the key, we could just run through the table to construct the JSON object, right? You can give your message to a bird mite and send that. Oh, please, no. We're right now our household is under is at war, chemical warfare war against bird mites because they've infested our house. It got in through the window seals, the window cracks from a bird's nest that was right outside one of our windows, and they are everywhere. We are right now fumigating one of our bedrooms to try to eradicate them. That should be it, right? So maybe after doing this one, I'll stop and refactor because I don't want to make the mistake of copy-pasting a lot of code only to have to go back and refactor it all later. Okay, go to the other bookmark and run. Cool. So let me check that in and then we'll do some refactoring. The current task. So, refactoring the code written so far to extract game data from database. Question, does every fetch column generate a new query? No. The way it works with the SQLite API is you first make a prepared statement. This build statement actually goes to SQLite 3 prepare v2. So it takes the string and compiles it into some kind of bytecode for SQLite. And in this case, there are no parameters, but you can parameterize this. So you'll see me do that in a couple places, like if we look for this equals question mark. So here's an example of a statement that's parameterized, though. So every question mark is something you can plug into the prepared statement after it's compiled, so that you can reuse the statement with different parameters, right? I'm also, what you can do with the prepared statement is you can use the object that you get back from prepare to step it row by row. So what happens is the prepared statement represents this select query. When you call step, which does a SQLite 3 step, there's where it actually executes the query if it hasn't been executed already. If it's been executed already, then step is just going to the next row of the results. So I hope that makes sense. So let me say that again with slightly different wording. The build statement does prepare. That compiles the select statement into bytecode, but doesn't execute it yet. When do we execute that statement is the first time we step it. So the step is SQLite 3 step. The first step will execute the query and retrieve the first row of the results. Then every subsequent step is not doing the query again, it's just stepping, it's just like the name implies step, it's going the next row in the results. So every row, every time we step and we get a row back, you can see there's no return value other than that we're either done or we got a row, right? So how do we fetch the things we selected? The answer to that is this fetch column. What fetch column does, there's various, like in this case it's going to be SQLite 3 column int. it gives you the column that you asked for from the last step. Yeah, so it's like a cursor. The step for the first time executes the query and gives you a cursor, but you don't actually get it as a variable in your code. It's sort of held by the statement object. The statement object has a cursor, and depending on where the cursor is, when you do a column, one of these column functions, you are extracting the data using that cursor. So of course, these wouldn't make any sense if you didn't already step the statement, or if when you step the statement, you hit the end. If you get done, you're not supposed to fetch columns because the cursor is not pointing to any rows anymore. So if like there are 3 rows in your select output, you'll have to call step 4 times. The first 3 times you'll get row, and you'll be able to use the column functions to fetch from those rows, right? The 4th call you get done, and then you don't fetch anymore. If your results were empty, so like the query had 0 rows, you get done right away. If the query is somehow broken, like there's an error, you get you run into the default case where here I think this just calls SQLite 3 error message, and that you get that if like the statement didn't make sense or something, right? Actually, I don't even know if you'll get that because the build statement will probably give you an error earlier because you can't even compile the statement. But yeah, so this is going to what am I talking about? This loop is going to step through every row of the query and fetch a new character until we get to the done where we break out. And that's what it does, as evidenced by my passing unit test. See the little green check mark? It means we passed. Thank you for the follows. I wanted to check this in because this is incremental progress in the right direction. Okay, so update to do's. Oh, I can mark that the character is done. Done. There's the character and the caps tests, and then the corresponding code. Okay, this is defining the function that takes care of one kind of component type. And it's a static, and this is the function that we call to loop through all of them and do it. So as shown in, so on deserialize, it'll just do that as the first thing. And then, right, that just loop, if we don't have a database handle, we don't try, but if we do, we're going to loop through all entries in that table and just call the delegate with our store, the database, and the diagnostic handle. Sounds good to me. So work in progress, adding database fetches for ECS data. So fetch caps and characters. Caps and character components. Git push. Do you reckon you could save time by writing a program to automate this migration? I don't know. That could be a toss-up. So by far the most complicated thing so far has been the writing the data to a database because of how complicated it was. I think the select won't be so bad because it's just a bulk select that we do once when the game starts. The most complicated thing will be to combine the information together. And each of these is going to, a lot of them are going to be different enough that I don't think I could write a program to automate too much of it. So there's a trade-off. How long would it take me to write a program to generate the code versus writing it myself? What I was getting at with this being complicated is even though it was complicated, I did it in about 16 hours. I don't know if I could have written a program to do that in less than 16 hours anyway. You notice I'm being adamant about preparing the queries. Sure, that makes sense. But if you tested the load gains, tested what exactly? You mean testing loading from JSON versus loading from SQLite? No, I haven't tested that for my game, but I have tested it for my stream helper. So I have this program called Bouncer, which does various things to assist in the moderation of the chat. And when I had its data in JSON, it would take minutes to load. Now it only takes less than a second. Why do I prepare the queries? Because that's the only way you can fetch the column results out. It's pretty simple, their API. You can either prepare a statement or you can execute a statement. When you execute a statement, you don't have a cursor, so you can't get results back. The only way I know how to get results from SQLite is to prepare the statement first, then step it. If you guys know of a way I can get the results of a query without preparing a statement, let me know. It's the equivalent of putting together an execution plan. So I only know of prepare and exec. And exec doesn't give me a cursor, so maybe I have something to learn, though. Oh, there's a callback. Am I supposed to use the callback, maybe? Maybe I'm learning something. I should just look this up. Because maybe I should have a version of this where we don't have to prepare the statement. Yeah, because if we're only preparing it once, then why bother, right? Although I do remember reading that exec does internally call prepare for you, so I still don't think it would be a gain because of that. Bing search, please. Shouldn't this just bring me to their page? Oh, it is right here. Yeah, see, it's a convenience wrapper around calling prepare, so it's going to call prepare anyway. So maybe it's a little bit faster if I used exec with this callback function, if I understood what the callback function means. Is the number of columns in the result? Oh, okay, so that's the number of columns, but how do we get the data from the column? Oh, an array of pointers to strings obtained as if calling column text. So if it was text, the callback would make sense, right? But in our case, we're not using text, we're using integer. So I don't think it would be appropriate. I think it's still better, since this is just a convenience around doing that anyway, and we're just calling it ourselves, but then we're being very specialized in what types we're fetching. I think what I'm doing is good. Callback gets the data, but it gets it as strings. Here we wanted to get it as integers, which is going to call column int. So you would think that this would be more efficient because I don't have to get the string back and then parse the string to get the number. If anything, it does it internally if I call that. And I can't call that with exec because exec always calls column text. So if I did exec, it would give him back his strings. I'd have to parse the strings, so that's more work, right? So short answer is I did not compare the timing, but the longer answer is I don't think it would be an improvement. You should talk about prepare when you want to reuse the query heavily. Yeah. Well, different databases work differently, Andy, right? So it looks like with SQLite, it always does prepare, even if you do exec. So there's no way around it. We got to prepare a statement if we want to execute something. All right. I wanted to refactor this. Did I make my task set? Yeah, so my task says that. What I want to do here, I think, is refactor this first. There's a lot of redundancy here. Problem is that the type is going to be different. But I could just make a function to handle that, couldn't I? Yeah, let's have a function that does this. Let's imagine that we have a function that gives us a JSON object. Or what if we have something that fills a JSON object? So we have like auto character and entity. I don't want to use the word entity here. Really, I want to call this character store. And call this one character store reference. There's no way around fetching the entity first, so we'll just do that. Entity. So then I could rewrite that as that, right? So if I said character, this is just IntelliSense taking a while to catch up. JSON object. I can do that, right? Let me make sure I can do this. This shouldn't fail the test. Again with the... Why is it giving me that? Hold on, what? I can't index it? Yeah, what is this type? Store... Oh... It's this dot components. There we go. Yep, that was it. I'm a little distracted right now because the kids are watching a loud movie in the other room. But I gotta be resilient and work even though I hear a really loud movie in the other room. Actually, I don't know. It sounds like it's an action movie of some kind. Some kind of car chase. Now the car chase has ended. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a Marvel movie, actually. Should I go ask? I gotta take a break soon anyway. After I take a break, I'll figure out what movie it was and tell you guys. All right. So given we have an object, right, let's make an empty object. And then fill it with some kind of table. So, let's call it map or fetch columns. I don't know what I want to call it. What are we doing? We're taking a statement, fetching columns from its cursor, figuring out what, taking the type that we give it to know how to cast the database value and then storing it into JSON object. So it's what? Extract columns. Extract elements from columns. Sure. Character. And then let's have an initializer list. The initializer list will have structures in it. And it will be the key and the type. It would be nice to make this string shorter, but I'm not sure how to do that. Actually, can I do a trick here? Can I say using db types equals this? Can I get away with doing that? Ooh, I can. I like it. Let's do it. Then it's shorter. Look at that. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take this and copy right in there. And we'll operate them all on all of them simultaneously. db type. Go to the end, get rid of that. Perfect. I guess we'll just assume it starts at 1. Sure. Yeah, fine. So let's make a function called extract elements from columns. Where to put this thing? Should put it in this anonymous namespace I have up here. Yeah. It actually is the reciprocal of this one, right? Sort of. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with it. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me at all. I guess we'll just put it here. All right. Hold on a sec. It's getting way too hot in that sweater. Bookmark. Let's move that bookmark down to here where I can see what I'm doing right here. Okay, so first one's a JSON value. Elements, I guess. And the next one will be a standard initializer list. So for that, I'm going to want to include initializer list, aren't I? Does the fetch column move the cursor? No. It just retrieves one element from the cursor. So you can call fetch column in a loop, you know, 1,000,000 times and it doesn't actually do a query, nor does it move the cursor. It's just a local lookup in memory, I think, because SQLite has already fetched the row and it's holding it in memory, and the fetching of a column is just extracting elements out of that array in memory, I think. Initializer list. Yeah, no problem. So I need a type here, don't I? So let's define it. Struct element from column info. And what I did here was it was a standard string. Can I be smart about this and not construct temporaries? These are what? I could make a const string reference. JSON key. And then the second one is the type. So that's database abstractions, database. No, value type. DB type. Okay. So initialize our list of these. What to name this one? Element from column info. Without a capital in front. Okay, let me make sure that that builds. So far, so good. Okay, so then what this has to do, I already deleted it, but it's got to call the fetch column on the database handle. Oh, I need to give the database handle, don't I? A statement. Which is, oh, let's give it a reference. Let's dereference the statement here. I wish IntelliSense would be a little bit faster for me today. Okay, so it's that type. Database. Abstractions. Prepared statement. All right. So I need to switch on the type, don't I? Oh no, first I can do the fetch. So const auto db value. Actually, I need to do this in a loop, don't I? Based off of this. For this should be plural. Infos. Begin. That is not equal to that end. Plus plus that. If I remember right, I just dereference this, don't I? I can't remember. I just dereference that. The IntelliSense is not helping me out right now. Probably because I need to say auto here. It's slow. It's painfully slow. Oh, I need semicolons here too. Okay, tell me what... Okay, that needs to go there. Tell me what the type is. Okay, so it is a pointer. So this would be not a pointer anymore. Cool. So then, paste... Oh, I've lost it already. Const auto db value, right? Is statement dot fetch column, and I need an index here, so size ti is 1. That index is what? Oh, it's an int. Probably to match SQLite. Fetch column I. And the type is this .db type. Okay, and then actually I can just put a ++ here. And then I need to do the correct typecast. So here I gotta just switch on the type. Case. And this is where it gets a little messy. Integer. What do we do in the default case? I don't think we do anything, we just break. And we can get a reference to where we're storing it. Element is elements. Reference this dot... Help me out here, IntelliSense. JSON key. There we go. Alright, and then it's just element is int db value. And what do I want to support? Boolean, I guess? Oh, so slow. I think I need to clear the cache of VS Code or something. It just sits here forever. Okay, integer. Okay, I need to do we need nulls? I guess we do want to have nulls. Null real text. So one more than this. Null real and text. That's double, and this is const char star. Should not create any temporaries, but just extracting from the union internally to this thing. And that should be it. The question is, does that look any better? Looks a little bit better. It's sort of showing up as a template that matches the test, which is nice. That template matches this test here. Cool. So that is the old way. This is the new way. So wait, what am I talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about. This is just the test, where I was using this thing. Right, was here. Actually, I want all of this code here copied up to where I use it in caps, right here. Should be caps store. Caps. And caps mobility. There we go. What is it trying to tell me? Oh, right. Because that's the same mistake I made before. It's this capstore is that dot components. I'm gonna self-hydrate. Okay, so caps, run that test again. Cool. That wasn't very satisfying, that refactoring step. But I guess it will help later when the tables are really big. It actually made it bigger. it made it more code. It got rid of the important magic numbers here. The magic numbers are gone, and then the calling fetch column over and over again. Now it's just positional in this initializer list. I'll accept it. Refactor extracting component elements from select columns. Okay, I need to take a break. How am I doing on time? I'll go another hour or so. So I'm going to get up, use the restroom, check out what movie my kids are watching, and report back. So for me, let's say 3 minutes. 3-minute break. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm back, and hey there, Cthulhu. I saw you joined right as I was going on break. You're asking, see that I'm extracting game data from the database. Am I noticing performance differences? I haven't been measuring performance. I am hinging a lot on the big assumption that it will be a lot faster to read the database than it is to parse JSON. So if I'm wrong, it's going to be a big failure that I'll learn from. But I'm pretty confident that it will be an order of magnitude faster, because when I converted my stream helper from JSON to SQLite, this guy, he went from taking several minutes to load down to under a second. And yeah, I have to report also my kids are watching Ant-Man. And they asked me if I've seen it before. I'm like, yep, I saw it before. In the event it doesn't work as you want, think it'd be easy to switch over to MySQL? If it didn't work, then I don't think any database would work. It would be a fault in my design, probably in how I'm using SQL in the first place. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be a lot faster to let the database handle the serialization and deserialization for me. Probably the next performance problem will be in the fact that I'm internally holding it in memory as a JSON value. So here where we're reconstructing things, this extract elements from columns I was just working on, it is building things into a JSON value. That could still be slow, and then I would probably go to binary instead of JSON value. Although in memory, these are actually pretty light. All a JSON value is really a union of several different types and then a discriminator. So each of these assignments, oh, this is wrong. That should be bool. Each of these assignments, if I look into what it actually calls, can I do that with a click arrow or left click? Control left click. Let's see, I need to wait for this to finish building. Is IntelliSense going to lead me to the correct place, or is it going to go off into limbo? It didn't actually go anywhere. Oh, there it went. Yeah, close enough. Oh, right. It's going to use the R value. So it's going to move based on a temporary constructed from an integer. So, right. It's nothing more than constructing a value and setting a discriminator and then the member of the union here, and then move it into place. So that should be really fast. I guess we could also be slowed down by the fact that we're having to loop and look at a lookup table. So each of these lookup tables having to loop through and look at these. And the fact that these are strings. So if the benefit of going from JSON to a binary structure would be I get rid of all these strings and all the string lookups. And I really have no idea how slow, how much performance hit there is looking up strings in a C++ map. But I would suspect it's not nearly as much work as it is to do all the JSON parsing and generation that I was doing before. The JSON is going to be in-memory JSON, so it's not actually JSON serialized. The serialization is now all in the database. For the moment, yeah, they're in parallel. I am going to try to drop JSON from the reading, but I'm only doing that in the test framework. When I do this live, probably what I'll do is keep them in parallel, but move it to be like this, maybe. Like that. Then if there is any problem with the SQLite, I can go, I actually have a copy of it in JSON. Yeah, something like that. Although I guess it doesn't really matter. Once I've verified that they're the same and then we can read them back, we should be good to go. I don't know. The one thing I know for sure, that I won't get it right the first time, that there will be bugs. I will have to fix those bugs. That's why I'm trying to do this in units and test them 1 unit at a time. That way, when I put it all together, it's more likely to just work. Okay, I'm wondering if I should do some more refactoring because there's a lot of overhead here. I think I will for these simple tables. I think I will. Those are features. Yeah, there we go. I keep forgetting that. There are no bugs, there are only features. Well, we saw a really bad feature earlier today, Cthulhu, with bad password logins. Oh, and I just dropped a bunch of frames. Sometime between when I last looked and now, I've dropped 170 frames. No idea how many I just dropped, but I dropped some. I think I will refactor this out. I'm going to make another helper here. Let me construct the function out of this first. Down to here. Or down to here, I think. STL maps have an order log n access complexity. What about unordered maps, though? Unordered maps have more order 1 access complexity. Stream froze there for a bit. Frame drops are delayed drops when you deployed the game. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're coming around to bite me now. Exactly. It's just they went through some kind of weird delay in the internet, right? The karma or whatever. Okay, let's give it a name. Select. Actually, it's extract components. Component elements? Yeah, because this can get an existing entity. We could be adding to an existing entity. So we can say extract component elements from database. So given the component store and the database and the components, I want some extra stuff here, don't I? I want to know the component type. So const standard string component type. And that shows up in a couple places. Oh, also we need the list of... Actually, I can just make that part of this thing. Maps aren't N1 by default? Well, there are 2 kinds of maps. Unordered map is a hash table. A standard map... So, standard map is an ordered dictionary. So it's usually like a red-black tree or something like that, right? Standard unordered map is an unordered dictionary. Typically a hash table. Right? So I believe that this is order log n. Whereas this is more like order 1. But it's not going to be like 1 lookup. It's more like it's order on the number of collisions you're likely to have in the hash table, right? So it depends on how good your hash function is. If it's a perfect hash function, it's order 1. To insert, and we're talking about to insert and retrieve, really. Whereas this is order login because you have to search through the tree because it's ordered. There's no direct lookup through a hash table or something. I didn't know an unordered map for the longest time. I was using standard map. In fact, I was still using standard map when I first started this game. And I might still be using it for the store for all I know. Let me look. Oh yeah, look at that. I'm using the slower map. So I bet I could get some improvement of the game simply by doing this. I don't want to do that quite yet. Maybe I'll try that as a refactoring step somewhere. We have to keep in our pocket really easy refactorings that give us some extra performance gain. It's just for those days that we're not feeling very well and we need a boost. We can say, oh, let me look up my to-do list of really simple refactoring steps that'll improve performance, and then that'll cheer me up. I have to save some of those, you know. So this helper is going to need an initializer list, but I also need that to match the columns I give. So yeah, I think I will include it here. Const char star db db key, I guess. I'll do that later, exactly. Tree-based map provides gains in rare cases. The tree-based map lets you do sorting. It basically lets you keep it in order, whereas a hash table map, there's no order. It's randomized, right? It's pseudo-random by the hash functions design. Okay, so this isn't really the right name for this anymore, right? What am I going to call it? How about we call it element database mapping? Or just element mapping? And then we'll have the same initializer list here. Okay, and then I'm going to want to loop through this a couple times. I need to loop through it to build the statement. Oh, the game had a leadership change. And the bot does that. Usually there's a leadership change. Yep. We had server 1 take over for some reason. Just out of curiosity, what was the game doing to cause that? See if we had a server crash or what. Oh no, we didn't have a leadership change. It just got disconnected from Twitch and had to reconnect. Huh. Okay. So it actually lost its connection to Twitch for 10 seconds. Did Twitch tell us to reconnect? I still never looked into that for my stream helper. Yeah, just the Twitch connection reset on the bot. Alright. You don't usually want to get ordered map values. Yeah, that's why in practice what I'm finding is I'm using unordered map a lot more than I'm using standard map now. And it makes me think that the designers of the language should have named it standard map and then standard ordered map. I think this would have made a lot more sense. Because usually you just need a dictionary. You don't care about it being in order. And if you wanted it to be in order, you could just say ordered map. And this would imply that it's heavier and more expensive to do lookups because it is, right? This could be that it's the only requirement is you map from one thing to another. No order implied. That's what I would have named them, but they named it the other way around. Yeah, unordered map requires a hash function. That's what I had to learn how to do. It's actually a little bit complicated, I think. I have to, using namespace standard inside of another namespace is what I ended up doing a lot. Really? No? Standard hash? Well, I guess we'll find it here. Yes. Within the standard namespace, you have to specialize the hash type for your key and provide an operator parentheses that returns a hash code as a size t given a constant reference to one of your keys, right? So this is the format of how you specialize a type to make it hashable. And I found this was really complicated to understand. And the errors you get if you don't do this are really kind of wacky. What it boils down to is if you use this value as a key to a standard unordered map, it has to have this template instantiation in order for it to compile. You bought your friend an element for a room. She said thanks. He said don't mention it because of the elephant in the room. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Balrog. I needed a smile. How are you doing today? And Windy Mindy, how are you doing today? Also, unordered map requires a hash function. Yes, indeed. We just talked about that. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. I appreciate that. You have to say that in the form of a dad joke, Mr. Balrog. Actually got the kids to bed early today. Again, it's not a... You put it in... Phrase it in terms of a dad joke. Just kidding. All right. This has to be replaced with a builder. I've done this before, haven't I? With string stream. I've done this many times. See if I can find it where I've done it recently. I would find this here, right? No, not there. Oh, wouldn't it be in components? Yes. Exactly. Here we go. I need one of these. Back here. Right here, actually. Let's just call it columns. Or column names. And the loop is slightly different. Ooh, what happened here? Oh, it got renamed. Mappings. Just one S. Waiting for it to, the dust to settle around that. It's going to take it a while, isn't it? I'll just assume that it's right. In the form of a dad joke, the kids are so good at sleeping, they can do with their eyes closed. Well done, Mr. Balrog. There's just saying the lion sleeps tonight is just a whim away, a whim. Okay, all right, all right, all right. We got it. We got it. Okay, so then I can actually say if it's begin, don't put a comma. So if it's not equal to the beginning, put in a comma, then add mappings entry first. And this should be column names, not columns. Okay, and then plus column names plus, and then this has to be a standard string because of a quirk in C++. All right, so we build the names of the columns, then we build the statement, and then this has to be the table name. So that is component type. Oh, shoot. This is an arrow, isn't it? And it's DB key. All right. How do you get what? Oh, that's because Mr. Balrog has got Twitch Prime, I think. I think one of the things you get for having Twitch Prime is a lot of the standard emotes, so to speak, look different. Yeah. It's like one of those perks that you don't really think about too much. At least I don't think about it too much. Okay, what's this? Oh, this has to be string. There we go. Component type. Standard string. Okay. This should be error stepping instead of error building. Okay. This should be step result error, not build result error. Okay, and then I can just pass along the element mappings to there. Okay, and now it's not caps, it's component type. And this is maybe store entry? How about component store? And this is components. Actually, this would be... We can just use components. Components, plural, and then component singular. There we go. Mr. Balrog just subscribed for 2 months to Twitch Prime. You angered 2 people today by calling them hipsters. Apparently the correct term is conjoined with... oh my goodness. Thank you, Mr. Balrog, for 2 months in a row. Oh, am I encrypting my network packets? I'm using transport layer security. So that's... Essentially, it's exchanging SSL key, or exchanging RSA keys, or, you know... Actually, no, it's not. I shouldn't even talk about the implementation. It's using... I shouldn't even attempt to explain it. I'll just say we're using transport layer security. It's using encryption before the HTTP connection is even made. Missing a plus next to component type a couple times? Probably. And hey there, Toulouse. I'm probably missing stuff. That's probably why there are these squigglies, right? Thank you. And also Nui, who pointed out the line numbers. Thank you. Okay, so this is meant as a boilerplate for where we actually use this below, right? So I'm going to try to use it down here. It should just be this. It's not going to help me out with our component arguments, is it? It's going to be a but about it, isn't it? If I do it up here, it's not going to help me. Component type mappings, so it's caps, and then the mappings, which is this guy. IntelliSense is just unbearably slow right now, and sometimes these doesn't even work. Store database diagnostics. So that's all of those other arguments. Store database diagnostics sender. And I should be able to get rid of the rest of this. Now there's an extra thing in there, right? It's mobility. And get rid of all this stuff. Cool. Character is character. I can't type right now. I think the problem is my chair has been migrating to the right. My chair's been migrating to the right. I need to like... Yeah, there's like... Yeah, I need to fix my chair. Okay, that type... We didn't fix that one. Right, that needs to go there. And there. I need to grab this table down here. Whoops. This table right here. And I need to put it right here, right? I need to put in front these column names, so... I want Control-Alt down, right? There we go. Alright. Armor, Constitution, Dexterity, Hit Points, Max Hit Points, Intelligence, and Strength. And get rid of all this crap. There we go. Yeah, that's something weird about C++ Toulouse. Like, It can't infer that. It says it's ambiguous, I think. I can show you what it says. Okay, I messed something up. Oh, I have two S's in there. Mappings. It's building a lot of files. Why is it building 107 files? Weird. Don't think I hit a header file. Why would it build all these things? I must have touched a header file. Maybe this one? I don't think so, but okay. Whatever. Whatevs. Is Twitch having problems? That's the second time now in the last half an hour where the bots had to reconnect to Twitch. Let me look. Yeah, it just got disconnected from Twitch. And then it had to reconnect. Huh. This connection to Twitch got broken. Once got reconnected to Twitch like an hour or two ago. Yeah, so it's just happening, I guess, today. Okay, so what happens if I want to show what happens if I just don't put that cast in front. Where was that? It was down here, right? Yeah, this, if I don't do that, I'll show you what the compiler error is. It's like, it says it's ambiguous or something, or it says that there is no operator for that type. Okay, no, I'm wrong. It just works. I think what it is if you... Yeah, if I do that, it's gonna break, right? Yeah. Can't add two pointers. So I think it can get it from that. But that's just to make sure it always works. Is this the one that didn't work if it was a raw string and not a function that returns a string? I can't remember this stuff. It might have been on Linux too. It might have been that it gives me a Linux error. I could keep this and see when I build it for Linux, what do I get? Well, I guess I'm proven wrong. I guess I don't need to cast it for these cases, at least for Windows. So I'm not going to. If I run into a problem with Linux, then I'll fix it then. Twitch is not very stable. Well, it's a huge platform with a lot of moving pieces, right? It's building 107 files because it's not building 106 files. That's true. So let me give Toulouse a point. For challenging that, I needed to be challenged there. At some point, I must have started adding, like I had another one down here. I must have had to add that in some context and then just got into the habit of doing it and thinking I knew why. I bet it was when adding two strings together, which you can't do because these are actually pointers to characters. Or pointers to character arrays, right? But when you have a C++ string in the mix, then it's probably upcasting this one to a C++ string and then doing the concatenate. All right. I'm going to rerun the test again. Where are my tests? Here's one of them. Fails. So let's step through it. I broke it. Oh, it never even called it. Well, that's interesting. Oh, because I'm on the wrong thing. All right. I don't know how I got there, but let's go to the next bookmark. Oh, the previous? Where am I? Oh, because I copied from there. I'm just dumb. Yes, here. Debug from there, please. All right. Wait, I'm in the wrong function, aren't I? Yeah. Okay. I really wanted this one. Do over. So when I get down to here, what is this statement? Select armor, comma, constitution, dexterity, hit points, max hit points, intelligence, strength. Space from there, so that should succeed, right? Yep. And it's empty. Hey there, Tuabud Lentil Stew Dragon. Has that name grown on you? You liking that name now? Oh, we're getting another sub. This one's from Tuabud Lentil Stew Dragon. He's subscribed for 16 months in a row. My goodness, it's a long time. Welcome back. Time is passing by, yep. Okay, what's the entity number? 2. That is not the correct entity number. Why are we getting 2? 2. Why would we get 2? And what's component? It's an object. Armor 14? That's not right. Oh, I forgot the entity number. That's the problem. Okay. Yep. Okay. So, this has to include... Oh, then... Yeah, so just E, comma. Well, actually, then if I say E, then we always have a comma to start with. I can simplify that. There we go. Does MSVC support format? That should make those string concatenations formatting a bit easier and cleaner. Since C++ 20, but right now I'm on C++ 11. So I should add that to my list of reasons why I should look at the newer version of C++, shouldn't I? Where do I put that? That's not under to do, right? I always lose track of this note. Have you been looking into... Yeah, I did look at Sea Lion. I evaluated it and it just wasn't for me. I'm sure it's great for other people, but not for me. I can look and find where I put that. I just need to find this now. Where is C++ 17? Oh, it isn't deprecated. Alright, it's here. Is format listed here? I guess I could search for format. It's called format, right? Not all notebooks. Current notebook, please. Nope. So we're going to add it. And I want the whole message. There we go. So now it's on the list of reasons why I should move to C++ 17 or 20. I've been collecting those reasons because one of these days I'm just going to have a stream where I'm like, okay, let's learn C++ 17 or C++ 20. Yeah, so now it's upgraded to be 17 or 20. It's not supported anywhere yet? Well, by the time I pick it up, it will be TS Just. Neither are modules or any of the fun stuff. By the time I get to it, they'll probably have it all. Yeah, exactly. In 2035. Yep. It'll probably be when I actually do it. Based on all my to-do list depth now. Alright, I'm going to rerun that test again. It's going to pass this time. Isn't that cool? And then the caps should also pass. Cool. So now I've refactored it down to we're reusing a table, right? Caps. Yes, so... These are using a helper to extract fields from one table. The reason why I made into a helper function instead of making it in the delegate directly here is that I'm going to reuse that later when we're extracting elements from different tables. In fact, I'm going to want the table name to be different from the component name. So I should have character twice, shouldn't I? I think yes. And caps more than once. Because the name of the table might be different from the name of the component. So that's the component name, table name. Table name goes here, and here, and here, and that's it. Yep, there we go. I don't use the left shift syntax very much anyway. I like my printf. I'm old school. 2035 is when Tim is going to upgrade from Visual Studio 2015 to 17. Well, the latest version is 2019, right? So wouldn't he just jump to 2019? That's what I've been doing. Whenever I feel like upgrading, I just upgrade to the latest. I skip any intermediate versions I might have missed. All right, let me check this in. So this is refactor boilerplate code for selecting component elements from DB. Push that. To upgrade 2 versions, that's just crazy talk. I skipped one of them, didn't I? I can't remember. People not liking the format. Well, some people like it and some people don't. It's kind of quirky in some places. Like, I think some people just don't like the fact that this means left shift. So that doesn't actually make sense mathematically. You'd have to stretch the definition and say, well, shifting means also, like, shifting means for characters concatenation. Then it's like, okay, it's concatenation. But then when you start shifting out integers, it's like, well, now it's not just concatenation, it's also a format conversion from integer to string. It's like, okay, well, now we're starting to stretch the definition of shift quite a bit. And then when you start shifting out format specifiers, then it's like you do, you throw your hands up and you do the table flip. So let me find an example of some stuff that people might find objectionable, but that you have to do. It's usually when you're doing special formatting. I try to find some of this stuff. No, I'm not finding it yet. Nope. Yeah, this stuff. When you have to start shifting out hex and shift out standard set fill 0, this is the equivalent of saying %OX, I think. Especially with that 2 down there. And the fact that sometimes you shift it out and it just sets it, and other times it only applies to the next thing. So you can't beat the conciseness of %02x. So in C++, you have to do shift out standard hex, shift out standard set fill 0, shift out standard set w2, and that's the equivalent of %02x. But yeah, so some people just don't like it. I mean, you can see I prefer printf, but when I use the string builder, it's just really, really convenient. So I'll use that for its convenience. I just modified a header. Oh, I just actually, I didn't hit save, so it's not going to have to rebuild everything. Okay, I need to decide what I'm going to work on next. What's my current task? You're entitled to your own opinion, but you're wrong. It's not right or though. C++ is often last, like they were with lambdas. Yeah. You know what's been growing on my mind recently is Rust. I took one small step further to wanting to learn Rust yesterday when I was watching Chris's stream, and he mentioned that, or he was playing a video which talked about Rust was designed to make a safe version of C++. And I'm like, And they said the only downsides of Rust are that it requires discipline to use. I'm like, I'm down with that. I like discipline. But that in exchange for the rigor and the strictness, you get both performance and safety at the same time. I'm like, count me in. Okay, I'm not refactoring code anymore. What am I doing? I guess we're returning to adding database read select. This is too long. DB, how about just DB? How about SQLite read select for various game objects. There we go. You're liking Rust quite a bit, but it does take quite some time to get comfortable with it. I like that kind of challenge though, and if the only downside of Rust is discipline and rigor required, that's my language. Count me in. Of course, this was a claim made in a video from one of the people who designed Rust, so it's kind of biased. So I would need to try it out. What better place to try it on stream at some point to see if it really does live up to those claims. Yeah, but I have to remember this. If I start looking into Rust, guess who needs to be the first to know about it? How come I'm not seeing it now? There we go. 71529 must be the first to know when I start learning Rust. So I could switch my stream right now to starting to learn Rust, but I would have to let this user know because I promised. I'll probably do it like maybe do it tomorrow or some other day, some day soon, and let them know on Discord. Yeah, I think I'm not quite ready to start the learning process yet. Send him a quick whisper. I'd rather make it the subject of an entirely different stream. Tell you first? Well, I'll tell everybody. Well, no, I'll have to DM him first, and then several seconds later, then I'll tell everybody else. That'll live up to the promise, right? Yeah, we'll make it a subject of a stream coming soon. I'll join the bandwagon. All right. Just want to get rid of all these bookmarks. Let's add another table, shall we? What comes after caps and character? Container. All right, so here's one that has 2 tables in it. So I can do the helper for the first table, but then for this one, we'll have to do some more code. But that's fine. So I'm going to go to container, test, pin it, and I'm going to copy from character test the deserialized test, and we'll add a deserialized test for character. I mean for container. Okay, so instead of character, it's container. All right, deserialized from database, insert into container. What does the schema look like? It's description and open. I'm just going to copy these 2 lines, paste them, delete these other lines. Go to these 2 lines, go one word over, type comma, end the string. Okay, that was weird. Get rid of the trailing comma. Now what values do we want? Description, my stuff. Open. Could you say false? I think you can do that, right? You like that? This Rust safety also applies to concurrency, which in your book goes a long way. We really need to warm some of the syntax of too many keywords. Sounds like a challenge. I'm in. As in, why added to C++20? Why added it all when there is printf? It's just different philosophy, Jacquemus. So there's the printf philosophy, and then there's the C++ streams philosophy. It's not that printf is C, TS Jost. It's that printf is one philosophy. Yeah, it's the philosophy of using var args, but var args is in C++ also. It's not that it's C versus C++, it's that it's var args. It's the var args philosophy versus the C++ streams is the shift left and shift right philosophy. Standard format is pretty much the same thing as printf, just modern. So it also uses var args. That's this kind of syntax, right? This is the C++ var args, if I understand that right. And it's just new and improved because it's using a string view and not a C string. So it's the modern C++ version of printf, is what it is, right? So why did it take them so long to add it? That's what I don't get. I mean, I'm cool with this. Yeah, this also, doesn't this borrow from like C#, which use the same convention, or Python, or both? Where instead of percent whatever, you just use braces, and inside the braces are your format specifications. Oh, and it's also using type implication, right? Implied types. Or inferred. It's using type inference too. Cool. Python, JavaScript, Rust, C#, I think everyone is using that. Yeah. Them taking so long to this is the reason why you question. Yeah. Well, standards are slow. You have to compare languages that are governed by standards bodies versus languages that aren't, and also between different standards bodies, they can go at different speeds. Also, the care that's required to prevent breaking things, and if the language designers or the specification authors care about backwards compatibility, right? For Python, they said screw Python too. We're just going to change everything. Now you got to recompile you have to rewrite all your scripts, or use our 2 to 3 script to convert everything, and it's not perfect, but it handles most things. You get the idea. They added stuff in Python 3 that broke, that wouldn't work with Python 2. But for C++, they're trying really hard to make it so they don't break old code. I think the only thing I know of that they broke definitely is the auto keyword, right? I don't even think the old auto doesn't even work anymore. Okay, what am I doing? I'm getting distracted. It's past 4 hours, that's the problem. I'm going to add one more component type, the container, and then I'm going to call it for the day. So that's the top level, but I need the inner. I need to have what's inside the container, and that is container inventory. And here it's slot and element. So we'll have slot 0, element 44, and we'll have another one. So here's where I could use prepare statement and then step it twice, but I'm not gonna. For 77, why not? So we have, actually I want a third one with null. Yes, I want null there. So what I expect back out will be container description, my stuff, container open, false, and then container inventory, JSON array with 44, 77, and null. When I get container 523. And that's it. Test is gonna fail. The failure should say it's invalid. Correct. All right, so now we're gonna add the stuff. So let's add the top level thing first. This should be easy because we're using our helper, right? It's just gonna be container, container description, right? Oh, please load faster. Please load. There we go. And it's of type text. And it's description. And then we have open. And it's of type Boolean, right? Please load faster. Please load faster. There we go. All right. So this should get the top level table. But then the actual inventory inside the container is going to require more code. It's going to require going to another table and then like reading its contents in as an array. So I think I know what I'm going to do for that. I'm just going to go with it. Right, so here's the difference in the table. It had, I thought it was, oh, the key is just, is that. Okay, so it's got the description and the open, but it doesn't have the items. The items is missing. All right, no problem, we can do this. So I'm gonna add another, oh, you know what? This was from component type. Oh, right, inside the delegate. We're going to call another function. And I'm going to call it extract array elements from database. It's going to be, the convention I had was component type first, right? Then table name, container inventory. And then, I don't know what I'm going to put next, but if I think this through, extract array elements from database is going to go to a table that expects to have an array that we're going to store into various places in components. So I do need an initializer list for each element, right? But in this case, it's just a number. I would just make it integer array elements. And then do I need anything more other than the store, the database, and the diagnostics? I don't know if I do. Yeah, we'll just keep it simple. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go to where this is declared, and I'm gonna paste it right there. All right, so this is void. Okay, so component type and table name, and then store database and diagnostics sender, right? Perfect. And then I can copy some of the stuff from here. I don't need column names. We still do need to build a statement and we need to loop it, so I'll need that basic structure. But the statement is going to be this part hard-coded, right? So E, comma, slot, comma, element. From then the table name. Right, and then the components, we still get the same way. Right, and when we step, we fetch the entity, and we need the slot. Right, okay, I got it. C# is like, all right, yeah. So they're slightly different here and there, right? All right, it's entity, slot, and element, right? And they're all integers. So we're going to get the component from the entity. Oh, I need another argument for the JSON key within the component. So what am I going to call that? I'm going to call that what? JSON key? Because that is key container inventory. All right, so that JSON key. Right, so down here, it might be the first time we make it, it might not be. In fact, this line I need to be careful about. We should only do that if it doesn't exist already. If component get type is not equal to JSON value type object, then initialize it. Then you do the same thing at the second level, which is elements is component reference JSON key. If that type is not equal to JSON value type array, then make it an array. There we go. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh, you know what I should also check? That this index operator does what I expect. It might not. Value CPP. Operator index. Key. Okay, what does that do? Okay, yeah, it does get a reference in place. Okay, so that's good. That's what we want. It's going to get a reference in place to where the array should be, and if it's not an array, then we're putting it in place, making it an array. Perfect. So then we fill in the information, right? So elements index slot equals element. That's all I need to do, I think. And I was just looking at that, right? What happens if I index out of range? Size T. Yeah, it resizes to fill it when putting nulls, and that's perfect. That's what I want. All right, so that should just work. And then I can call it for the day if this works. Yeah. That's life. First hour and a half spent fixing issues I didn't expect would happen. Oh, okay, so we need to handle null separately, handle null differently. Right now it's being cast as int, so we need to catch that one if it's not int. Fetch column. How do we know if it's null or not? Oh, we do this. Right. We need to fetch it and see if the type is null. Got it. Okay. So we need to fetch it first. So const auto element db element is that if db element dot get type is database abstractions value type null, then oh, I know what I can do. I can just do this. Oh yeah, we can make it JSON. So JSON value element equals, make this a ternary null pointer, or it's cast it to integer. There we go, and then we're done. can't go from int to null pointer. Where did I do that? 216. Oh, I have to cast it again to JSON value, I guess. Sure. Be explicit. Oh, because it's a JSON value, we should do a move, so we don't make it another temporary. Okay, run. Pass. Nice. Okay, cool. So inserting these 4 rows gives us this component with those 3 rows end up going in there, and the 4th one is these 2 lines. Cool. Let's check it in. Containers are now read from the database. Work in progress, adding code to select ECS data from database. Add containers. Container selection. Git push. All right, I'm going to call it here and rate somebody because I'm getting tired. My brain's getting smushy. My brain's getting smushy. I can't even speak. And I need to go eat something and take a break. So, hope you guys enjoyed watching me. I'm going to go find someone to raid right now. Okay, we were talking about learning how to do Rust. So I could raid someone who's actually playing around with Rust right now. Or we could raid someone who's learning... What is this? Oh, messing around with cloud-based Linux servers. Or someone who's working on their MMORPG, like I am. Or someone else is doing a Unity game. Say I can't. Decision paralysis. Too many choices. Too many choices. Hey, Gadam's just gifting a sub to Grumpy Gabe Dev. Thank you for the gifted sub, Gadam. You gifted him just in time, right before I'm gonna leave. Perfect timing. No, just kidding. Yeah, Hey, guess who just started? Someone just started their stream. Maybe we can raid them. I like raiding people right when they start. My stream isn't showing up as live, though. Why is that? I guess I have to go directly to a stream. Oh, you're heading out as well? Okay, see you, Gadam. Okay, I am watching a ad. I have to wait for the ad to finish. Okay, that's making me hungry. It's a Snickers bar ad. Okay, is he starting or what? Okay, yeah, I don't want to raid someone who's like, hasn't even started yet. How long is this intro? I don't know. Doesn't even say. Okay, no, I'm not going to raid someone whose starting stream is still going. Go back to following. We're just going to raid Chris. Why not? Alright, Mr. Sir CM Griffin, he made the stream parrot that's above my head. You'll see it in his stream too. He is making a web game based on Conway's Game of Life using JavaScript, Rust, WebAssembly, Lambda, Svelte, Vue, serverless, a lot of web technologies. He's the guru for me for all web dev stuff. I learn a lot from him. Whenever I have a random question about web dev, I always ask him. He always either knows the answer or he knows where to go to get the answer, or who else to ask. So we're going to rate him. All right, so I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you guys will be there, and probably looking at Rust. I think it is inevitable. It is my destiny. Rust you must look at. It is inevitable. It is your destiny. So until then, my friends, have a great one. Enjoy Chris's channel. Thanks for being here. I'll see you next time. Bye. Win Rust tomorrow. Tomorrow Rust. Bye.